how you feel.
Won't you come over? So making a fool out of me. Why don't you come over, Did you have to go to jail? Put your house up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you did. I got you down. Hope you find the right man who fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? You change the color of your hair. Are you pleasing? And did you have to pay that fine? Did you want out to know the time? Are you still dizzy? Since I could know all about this man, is your Juliet and the way you like to dress? Won't you come on over? So making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over,
You don't have to explain that part. So I don't have a reason to like be like, okay, let me see what's in the laptop. Don't have to do anymore because it's over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Give us them to ask connect when moving forward to make that maybe. And then once your voice mesh,
Very little, right? Well, the goal is to make sure that people actually get 50%. That's more than much.
anyone, we can also talk to a random person because we will see how many people will match.
Then you can talk to us.
Or us.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
So, should we go and check the question?
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, tell you what, we'll finish one of these because these are unique, right? So,
Only do 5 of us.
five of these?
Yeah, because like they're like 6.
I guess that's good.
Oh, yes.
Right, so I'll let you decide which one of these they need.
No, no, please.
Okay.
I get a preference. Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
I know where all the links are.
Yeah, you must have a favorite as well. The OG.
There you go.
Right, which one do you need?
Okay, that's it. Let me see the field is that would be a high change. You want your what's wrong? That's awesome. You better be perfect. Thank you. All right.
Not reading. Let's go with this one.
You're not assigning everyone their sticker persona. Sort of like now you have your zodiac and then you have assign Fedora mascot.
I could go with a radar sometimes. That's cool. I'm definitely a radar. And I definitely have to sit around and sleep long.
I woke up 15 minutes ago.
Oh, that's rough.
Like literally, Yona woke me up and she's like, Smir, the session starts in 15 minutes.
I set my alarm for 8, so that wasn't too bad. Time to wake up
Yeah.
and go get some breakfast.
Yeah.
I far too
I know,
much.
it's better. Previous was bad, this is better. At the end of the vlog, it will be reading food.
Yeah, of course. How can you say no?
As well. Did you get the stickers out?
Yeah. Yes.
So this side is done, is that side?
Almost.
Can you smile?
Right?
I could probably go get the sticker, the scissors again if anyone else wants to.
You should, yeah.
So just more room. I cut the hat off a red hat sticker and put it on color.
Oh, that's so. I love that. You win this event already.
Part of me also, yesterday I wanted to get the scissors so I could just cut out like one of the
You should
spots.
keep this one, you know? The one that just has this, and that way the hat would actually be.
Yeah, I sort of thought about that because that was the one with the color mascot, or the mascot in general with the biggest
Right.
head.
Right,
You-
exactly.
The
It's
hat's
just
a
the
little
head.
bit oversized, it's just what I could find.
You could also create a Franken mascot and just have like arms and legs.
Like color's
from-
head
and
Goofy's body.
yeah, and then you have like arms and legs from different pandas.
Sticker. Okay, my voice. Since everyone has a sticker, now you can like stand up, go around, find another person with the same sticker as you. Also, make sure you have it from the side that you have the sticker, so you know people don't go around to find it. Yes. And also, in the end, I have, in case you didn't get yet the Fedora Mentor Summit badge, let me know the username and I will award it to you. Whatever you feel like.
Your deepest, darkest fears. Does anyone know if we have one of the mentor-mentee lunch matching menus at the table there? Oh, because that would be good for conversation.
Okay, yeah, there's one that Julia has, maybe we can make use of that. And 32 years, which is right
Oh,
after.
yeah.
I think you have to put it. No one got it?
He got a beefy as well.
Nice. So then,
Yes.
sense though.
We all have food. Nice to meet you.
Can you like make a friend mascot?
Yeah. Folks, if you need like a conversation starter, we have something from another event. But we only have one sheet, so just pass it around. Yeah, we share. Thank you. Oh, if we can do that.
Yeah, I think so. I think I mostly like over the course of the month, I was mostly like you.
Yes.
And I give to, hey, take one and put in your rush.
No, we have to give it to them because like, what if someone takes this and then no one else takes the same one? So we have to give them out in pairs. Yeah. Okay.
No, I want access on one.
But I've never really been like, is Project Aspen a container for? Okay, that's what we're Fedora's got the message bus already, so it's like there's already deals, could you use a single person? And that's unique to Fedora. Like people each like namespace has to give sort of set of something.
Many usernames. I have this I think it was our workstation being found out that Fedora 3 years ago found out that at least 2/3 of the workstation being many people have some good warrants to realize
Does this So you're kind of thinking somehow take the generic core of whatever this is and kind of make it bring it to the chaos level. I think Greg was disagreeing with that. I think I mentioned that. He was like, I think we were saying it was designed oh yeah, it's a repository based. I thought you were saying like it's designed for like a project that's one that fits all of the other just one cluster. It's like an organization that's doing that 5 or 6. Augur in the midst of us as it is right now. I mean, granted, I don't know much about that, but yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello. So unfortunately, we are at the end now, and we have another talk happening. But definitely, I recommend to attend the other talk as well, which is about new voices in Fedora. But thanks a lot for joining this session. I hope you enjoy it. And if you don't have the Fedora Mentor Summit badge, just come to me, tell me your username, and I will award it to you. It's everyone won. Thank you.
It's all right, don't worry about it.
Yeah, he said.
No worries, it's 2 minutes, don't worry. I have something to worry about. It's 2 minutes from now. Right, it's all right, don't worry. I suppose so 5 would do. Who's doing the number? You are. You are amazing. Thank you. All right. I think it's 9:30 already, is it? All right, it is 9:30, so I suppose we can start. Can you folks hear me? Yes. Loud and clear. Thank you so much. Good morning and welcome to my talk about. Where's the slide switcher? Can I have the remote, please? Thank you. Yeah, I had this microphone controller in front of me and would be a bit weird if I were to turn off the microphone just because I wanted to switch slides. Anyway, I'm Akash Deepthar and I will be talking about SingStar, a project that you can make use of to create bootable media at conference kiosks. If that reminds you of something, if that gives you a feeling of deja vu, we will talk about what that project is. Before we go there, I'm going to go to the backgrounds, especially about the person who made it. So a little bit about myself. I know a bunch of you folks know me already, but for those who don't, and for those of us who could not make it to Flock in person, I'm Akash Deepthar. I work as a senior software engineer in the Red Hat Community Linux engineering team. My day job entails of doing stuff in Fedora infrastructure and the release engineering team. I have served in the Fedora Council a couple of times, once as a community objective lead. It was called Initiatives. It's called Initiatives right now. It was called Objective back in the day. And recently as an elected representative where I did a bunch of stuff, but I think you would remember me for the Forgeo versus GitLab thingy. I have mentored in Outreachy internships a bunch of times, the most recent times being for the Fedora websites and apps team, as well as for the Fedora infrastructure. And just like right now, I keep speaking in FOSS events. I think I'm a bit talkative. Whenever it's FOSDEM or CentOS Connect or Flock, like it is right now, or a release party, it doesn't have to be in person. I'll take any opportunity I get. I do a lot of speaking in FOSS events. All right, so that's enough about me. Let's talk about the thing that was giving you deja vu, Fedorator. This thing looks fancy, isn't it? Like it's this 3D printed case with tasteful blue color. And it has this fancy touchscreen from where you can select which distribution it is that you want to install, and a couple of USB 3 ports, those are blue in color, that you have in front to flash your image on the top of it. So it was made by David Lapsky, I'm sorry if I messed up that name, in Flock 2017. And we have a bunch of these devices around the place by Fedora ambassadors who make use of these in a bunch of Fedora project events that happen in person. Even if it's not a Fedora project event, that's fine. If it's a FOSS event, just go there, set up a Fedora booth, and set this thing up, and that should be good. This thing makes use of a Raspberry Pi. It has a 3D printed case. It has a touch screen. Super amazing stuff. But we also had challenges with that. Raspberry Pi was advertised as, at some point in time, a cheap device, an inexpensive computer to get your hands on, but COVID-19 happened, and with that increased the prices of semiconductors. And I could not get myself a GPU. Sorry, I won't go off the rails. I could not get myself a Raspberry Pi, or at least in the price that actually I would be okay with. I was getting it for twice or thrice the price, and that was it was elevating the barrier of entry for me. That could be a no-brainer. There was the in-person conferences as well. People were restricted to their homes. They were not happening anymore. And of course, the availability of 3D printers, it's of course better right now, but you gotta keep in mind that there's a bunch of places where 3D printers are hard to find. And then finally, the poor presence of resuming. Now that we don't have COVID-19 as bad as it was anymore, now that the conferences started happening again, we didn't have the interest. And well, that sucks, to be honest, because this was an amazing project. You could give people the gift of Fedora, but you couldn't. So, well, I mean, the TLDR of this project is to fix those challenges and to do some more on the top of that. But of course, the first is to reduce the hardware dependency. You shouldn't need a Raspberry Pi. If you have an aging laptop or a Chromebook that no one cared about, you should be able to make use of it as long as it has USB ports in it. And well, of course, it has to run Linux because it makes use of DD at its core. But yeah, if you don't have a touchscreen, if you have a device that's old, it's fine. You should be able to use it. Then the improved self-interaction, like you don't need a monitor or joystick to be able to control that. It's not that bad. If you have an old phone, that should work as well. So I made use of a web interface, and a headless service can run on a mini PC for anything. And then finally, I tried to make sure that it's robust because it's USB drives that we're talking about. We would be installing Fedora on PCs, so we want to be very, very, very sure that it actually does things the right way. And then finally, Fedorator had support for Fedora. While you could make use of it, but it was undocumented for other distributions, I wanted to open us up. One of the core foundations of Fedora project is friends, so I wanted to make sure that this is something that could be used by our friends at CentOS Stream or RHEL, or our downstream folks like the ones at Rocky Linux and Alma Linux, Or anyone else, like in the free and open source software, if you want to use it on Ubuntu or Debian, knock yourself out. It should be able to work just fine. So that's the plan, and this is more about how it achieves the plan. Don't be alarmed. This flowchart, or well, this diagram might look a bit weird, but it's really not. It just has 4 endpoints, a couple of which are just for signing in and signing out, and the other one is for regular probing of devices. The one is for synchronizing, like sending the request that, hey, here's my flash drive. It has got 16 gigs of storage. Could you please set me up with Fedora workstation? At its core, it makes use of Flask and Celery. No random, no-name framework that no one cares about. People could totally come right in, contribute, and actually learn something out of this. And then it's a wrapper around DD. Like I said, I don't reinvent the loop over here. It just sends a job to DD, and that's what ends up writing this thing. One funny fact in between, I'd like to call DD Disk Destroyer, because there have been times I have selected a wrong partition, and let's just say that it did not end as good as I thought it would. Okay, that's DD, and then React.js based front end for having foundational components and making sure that people can actually contribute to something that's 2025 and not 2006. And then finally, just 4 basic endpoints that I started with to do that stuff. It's kept simple, and it's kept simple for a reason. So when I mentioned about the test cases and just how important it is to make sure that they made this written correctly, it's because of the robustness. I get reminded of this situation in 2017 Flock. Of course, I was not there. I was probably a school student back then. I was not even around Fedora for that matter. Sumantro told me the story. There was this Fedorator deployment, and they were flashing Fedora on the top of it. Then what happens is the person yanks that USB drive out in the middle of the writing process. And I think Fedorator was still, it was showing this progress, but it was still continuing. I was like, okay, wow, are you using telepathy, sir? Does your flash drive support Wi-Fi? How is that still working? And one of the key factors that led me to do like 100% test coverage was, A, if someone does something like that, it would be embarrassing to actually have a situation where it actually continues progressing. So it should error out, that's how it should be. But ideally, no one should pull out a flash drive when it's in the writing process. Don't do that. It's a stupid thing to do. But I have 4 checks, 4 very basic checks. A is, of course, checking for insufficient capacity. If you are putting in a 2 gigs big flash drive and you want to have CentOS Streams DVD1, which is like, 9 gigs big, it won't work. But it won't even let you get to that. It would literally not start the flashing process. It would error out. Then, of course, the next one is authenticated endpoints. This is not a desktop application. It's going to be in the devices that would be in the same network as that of the SingStar node. So it's important that you make sure that the person who are sending orders to flash something on a USB device, they have the accesses to do it. Then improper methods. You can't just do GET request on the sink and just expect things to work. It won't. And then finally, the specificities. Like you can totally send a request of writing something without specifying what that something is to a flash drive. It won't work. Right, so that's pretty much about how it is behind the scenes, or the things that I had to take care of when I was writing it. Pretty boring. Or at least I was getting definitely bored when I could not attend Flock 2024, which happened in Rochester. So I thought, I'm going to use this time to cook this one up. So Fedorator was created in Flock 2017. SingStar was created in Flock 2024. And 7 years. Okay, that's quite all right. Yeah, that was when I made it. I didn't have the visa, I suppose, but let's talk about how you can set this up if you are in a Fedora event, or if you're just setting up a booth in a free and open source software event. It starts with initializing the kiosk service, set your desktop if you have stickers and swags, lay them out, but also have a device on which Fedorator, well, SingStar runs on. Then you welcome them. If you have flash drives to give out, that's fine, do it. But if you don't, allow visitors to just visit you. They might have their own flash drives, bring your own device for sustainability. Let them come around. Have a discussion. The most important part is you could totally do this by yourself the night before, and they could literally take a flash drive and leave. The conversation is the important point. You want to make sure that you actually have a conversation with them. What's new in Fedora Linux 42? How can I start with contributing to Fedora project? What's going on inside of a community? These conversations would funnel in what could be users to what could be contributors going forward, and that's the value that this thing has to the contributing community members. And then finally, continuing with careful discretion, because well, you can't really trust random USB devices no matter how unsuspicious they look like. There would be times where people would, well, they might not have the bad intentions, but there would be bad responses. So be careful for those scenarios. All right, so that's how you do it, and this is how we did it the last time we were in GNOME Asia in Bangalore. So I'm going to quickly head back one slide. Perfect. This is a picture from the 2024 FOSDEM, not this year, previous year's FOSDEM. I didn't have a deployment there, but it's just us having our booth, the Fedora project booth in FOSDEM, so it doesn't have to be a dedicated Fedora event. It could be us participating in another event. It's just as fine. And this one was, yeah, like I said, GNOME Asia in Bangalore. We helped the GNOME Asia folks organize this event in the Red Hat Bangalore office, where we had this engaging presentation. A bunch of folks joined. I think part of the reason why folks joined was there was going to be a raffle, but most of the reason was because I kept it open for any distribution. I was like, this is not for Fedora, just you could install it on Fedora. There's an official RPM for it, but if you want, you could totally get this from Python package index. Install it like you would on anything that supports Python, and it would work just fine. Like I said, we had a randomized raffle. We had folks from the GNOME Asia team like Aditya Singh and Siddharth Sitaula who helped us with the raffle and deciding who would be the winners, and then finally role-playing events, because we wanted to enact how it would look like for an attendee and an attendant to connect in a free and open source software event and have a conversation about how it is going on in a community. And then, of course, the flashing procedure, which I wish I could have shown you because, well, I don't have a laptop here, so I guess I'm going to have to make do with the screenshots. Right, yeah, workshop. Sorry, not going to happen. So I'm going to have to move over to the screenshots. Over here, yeah, SingStar supports dark mode. You're welcome. This is screenshots from the 0.1.0, and it has this modal where it shows the flash drive that you have selected as well as the images that you can flash on that drive. You do see that there are some entries in yellow because the flash drive has the capacity of 3.61 gigs, while there are some entries that are clearly a lot bigger than that. So of course it won't let you do that. It won't work. And then on the bottom right side, you see that there's a login window because, yeah, it's a web interface, right? Run it in a laptop, but use your old phone or a new phone for that matter to do the controlling. It's going to work just fine. And these are some more pictures from the Red Hat Bangalore office where we did GNOME Asia. We have folks from Debian, we have folks from Red Hat, we also have folks that contribute to GNOME. I gave away like around 5 flash drives. Thank you, Justin, for bringing them from Micro Center. But they had a bunch of things. So I was giving away like distributions that have GNOME in them, which included Ubuntu, CentOS, Stream, RHEL, Fedora. At that point in time, I think the most recent release was F40, but I could be mistaken. And yeah, that's on the bottom right corner, that's me repurposing the same slide deck, just it's green there, it's blue over here. Right, we're down to the last couple of slides. So volunteers, the attendant and attendee part, it's pretty much mirror of each other. One asks question, other answers it. One asks if they can take the flash type. The other one says, hey, if you flash Fedora Linux on it, then only. And the other one asks if I can contribute to Fedora and how can I. The other one tells, well, here's how, stuff like that. And then this is how you take some time to engage with the community in person. What's the rationale behind it? Engagement and compatibility, sure, but for the most parts, it is important for people to realize that what you're providing them with, the gift of Fedora, it's getting flashed in front of them. It's not some, well, they can download it from online, that's fine, but if they are here in person, get it from us. Have some conversations, understand just what went into making something that you know and you love and you run in your laptop. And well, visitors can take it for a spin as well. If you have a device that has Fedora Live running on it, they can take it for a spin over there too. That brings us to the last slide, and well, I would love to answer your questions. Go ahead.
It's quite enough.
Is it? Oh yeah, I'm a lot of guys, don't worry. Can you control what packages, or sorry, not distributions can be synced to it? Because I noticed you're listing out a lot of references, but like, can you control which ones the user gets to see?
Yeah, for sure. So there's a YAML file that points towards where the distribution's ISO file is located, image basically, and some kind of an identifier, right? And I have this identifier that is like Fedora or CentOS or Arch Linux. Do you see that? And depending on that, it actually finds the assets that's stored locally, right? That's how it controls. It's not going to connect to the internet. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
And just one follow-up.
Sure.
Can you control the version number of what you're showing? So like if I want it, or does it on boot? Like, so if I think about like a conference like at the FOSDEM event, right? Like I'm lazy, can I just boot up a laptop and does it know, hey, Fedora 42 is out, I need to get Fedora 42, or do I have to tell it I need Fedora 42 for that? I don't know, do I need to prepare that in advance? If I'm
you
using
do,
this?
you do. It's kept simple and for a reason. So you kind of have to download it, point to the place where it's downloaded, and then it reads from there, because we could download it, but then I would have to do it for every single distribution, and yeah, that would have been a bit pain, so I didn't implement it.
Yes. Went up first.
How do I set this up? Can I just go DNF install SyncStar?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to do it now. Excellent. So I assume you do that, but then you set up a configuration file, and then it looks at the configuration file.
Right, yeah. So if you go to the SyncStar documentation, there's going to be a bunch of links. Oh, I did share a bunch of QR codes, but I'm going to share the slide deck with you folks later. Yeah, over at the project's homepage, that is GitHub, you would be able to find a wiki which tells you just how you would set it up. It's really easy. It's a YAML-based configuration that you can make use of, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, so do you have any kind of chat checks or ISO signature to make sure that nobody's putting anything dodgy in your YAML file and download a weird ISO and then burn it to people?
It does check for the SHA that you provide it with, right? It's not going to go to, let's just say, to Fedora Linux's server or Rocky Linux's server and be like, okay, is this really the image that it claims itself to be? So I do understand your concern. There might be situations where someone would be providing them with, say, Rocky Linux, but it might not be the Rocky Linux, or Fedora Linux, but it might not be Fedora Linux. But it does verify it on write that, okay, is it indeed written properly, right? Or did it have some breakages in the between, because, yeah, stuff happens, but not from the servers, if that was you're asking. Yeah. Cool. All right. If we don't have any more questions, then I would say that we were able to properly manage time for this one. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Hear the music, close my eyes, I am breathing. In a flash, it takes hold of my heart. Feels believing. I can't help it all. I'm dancing for my love. Take your passion and make it happen. Picture just about to lose my mind. Honey, honey, honey. Oh, I heard through the grapevine. I'm just about to lose my mind.
I don't know. I think I need to be introduced. I'm not sure who I am. You know, my daughter asked me that a lot. And thank you very much for coming. You all were late. You missed it. To be very clear, this is not the Fedora server talk. Like, that's the talk I wanted to be in. Okay, everybody knows that, right? Okay. Well, thank you for coming. And I am really grateful to the Fedora community for continuing to give us a reason to have Flock. Like, that's really important, and our work matters, and being able to come here and get energized is amazing to me. The thing I hate about Flock is it makes me want to run for council. So we'll see what happens. I also want to thank the organizers. This is really hard work, so if you see Justin and Aoife in the hallway, make sure to say something to them deliberately. I've built this conference before. This is stupidly hard. Like, they have done an amazing job. I also want to thank our AV folks, because I've never not had to carry a laptop on the day that I do my presentation, and not having a laptop is also amazing. I have a bit of a history of giving talks at Flock that don't have slides. And I am terrible at slides, so be warned. But I went ahead and did slides, even though none of this material really lends itself to slides. But I have a secret subversive reason, which you will see. This talk is called 1 Year In, Microsoft is a Fedora contributor, but this is not an exercise in me trying to break my arm to pat myself on the back on behalf of Microsoft. What I'm wanting to do, first of all, is to highlight basically none of this is my work, so I want you to know that up front. This is the work of folks that you know, like Jeremy Klein, Noah Meyerhans, and an amazing team at Microsoft. But the real thing that I'm wanting to engage with here is, like, this is what we did in the last year. What should we be doing? Contribution is an inherently individual act, so Microsoft itself is never going to directly contribute. Only human beings are going to contribute. Now, we can set corporate priorities and investment strategies that will cause certain kinds of contribution to happen. Those of you who work for Red Hat are intimately familiar with this. On the other hand, that's my job. Like, I get to help set those priorities. So talk to me after this about what those priorities might be, should be. There's also a larger meta conversation I think we need to be having in this project and others around what does it mean when companies show up in open source projects with open governance? Like, how should that interaction be working? So I'd like to have those conversations as well. I pushed the button, it says. Oh, it worked, sweet. But there's no icons because I made a bad PDF, sorry. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Brian Exelbeard. You can call me Bex, just like the Yahoos here who do know me. I am currently a product manager at Microsoft. This is another in a long history of jobs I've had where the job title and the actual work have absolutely no relationship to each other. I have decided that is a feature of my career and not a bug. I work in Microsoft Azure. I work specifically in a division of Azure called Azure Core Linux, and I'm the product manager for a team called the Linux Community Engineering Team. There's over 200,000 people at Microsoft. I've met most of them. No, I have not. But as a consequence, it's a big organization, and we are a tiny, like, leaf node somewhere. And so I work very hard to propel us up and publicly. This team got built at the beginning of 2024. Microsoft wanted to kind of formalize its participation in community Linuxes. That's what we call upstream Linuxes internally. Another theme you're going to find in this, we changed the names of everything. They brought me in September of 24 to product manage the team, so I try and set innovation goals and feature goals as opposed to like lights on goals. So the team has a lot of engineering work that it does to help community Linuxes be successful. Great, keep doing that. I come in and go, hey, let's go do something cool. Let's do something beyond that. Also, to set some context around this, I'm going to talk mostly about our team, but there will be some other teams that get mentioned. And to also put further context, our team focuses on Fedora, Linux, and Debian. We have a sister team in our organization that works on Flatcar Linux. That is the technology successor to CoreOS. They are a Gentoo derived distribution, so they work in the Gentoo community. We've been talking about taking on some additional work potentially with OpenSUSE. And then a lot of you are familiar with Azure Linux. Azure Linux is, I don't know, like a 7th cousin removed team because we intersect somewhere 5 levels above me in the org chart. But we work directly with those folks as well. And so they're amazing, but I'm not Azure Linux and I'm not Flatcar Linux, so please understand that for context. Lastly, this is not organized by order. This is just my thought process, so don't read anything into the ordering of this talk. And now the subversive bit. You see this blue text? I'm never going to talk about this blue text. But I didn't know a lot about Microsoft's participation in open source. And so I decided that I would use this as a bit of an education opportunity, and I went to the Wikipedia page, and I grabbed things that I thought were interesting high points of Microsoft's participation in open source. I grabbed this one not because it's terribly interesting, but because it was the first entry in the list. And I was like, okay, 2004, that's a while ago. And so I've just put some points and highlights up there. There's one about Power Toys, which I included because I used to use it when I ran Windows 95 or whatever. But I just thought that would be an interesting read if you get tired of listening to me. That didn't work. Let's start with Fedora Cloud Images. So Fedora Cloud Images land in a place called the Azure Community Gallery. A friend of mine, Sandeep, is the PM over that. And the Community Gallery is where groups like Fedora can publish images for folks to consume on Azure. Those images need to be uploaded. So Jeremy Klein wrote a tool that would work in Fedora infrastructure to take builds and upload them into Community Gallery. That's great. Microsoft cares. Woohoo. What is more interesting to me is the second half of this story. And that's where infrastructure team in Fedora came to him and said, hey, the code that we have now that does AWS, and I think it also did GCP at the time, is old. It has a Python 2 dependency. We're still having to run RHEL for it. Could you help us out? Like, is there any way you could combine all these things? So Jeremy extended the code that we wrote, and now he wrote plugins so that the AWS and GCP images also upload. Same code, modern infrastructure, able to be run in OpenShift. We provided all the code and plugins. It's an open project. We're helping to maintain it and continue it. Please join. Everybody's happy. Fedora QA turns up. Says, hey, Jeremy, we have a shell script that apparently uploads our container images, and it's not in like the release half. Apparently it was somewhere in build land. Like, I don't know where the shell script was. And they were like, putting something in a registry is kind of like putting something in the cloud. Could you, and he was like, absolutely. He extended the code, wrote some plugins, and now registry uploads for containers work. Again, modern infrastructure. And I really like this story because it's a story where we can talk about Microsoft fulfilling like a Microsoft goal. Fedora is available on Azure, but also Microsoft helping out the community as a whole, get broader distribution. Yeah, we worked with the AWS and GCP stuff. That's fine. Lastly, I should mention this. We upload every nightly, if you're interested. We don't tag them latest. We tag them by like a date string so that you can find them if you want to go test the latest nightly builds. But critically, we do tag one latest. So Jeremy does some manual testing, and he picks a couple of nightlies, or a nightly every so often, to promote to Fedora latest. And I bring this up for two reasons. One, because we'll talk about this in the future part, we need to figure out what we should actually be promoting, and we need to do that as a community. But the other is because if you haven't used the cloud a lot, you may not realize there's a difference in the paradigm between the cloud and on-prem. Most on-prem users tend to think about the workload execution as install, update, run my workload. In the cloud, there's a strong bias towards execute, launch the image, execute my workload. There is no update component here. And that's because a lot of cloud workloads are metriced on time to execution of workload. So they need to start from a fresh image that has everything applied if possible. And so we need to figure out how to make sure that Fedora users in all of the clouds are getting the best fresh images that they can get. This not only helps them meet that time to execution workload or metric, but it also saves them money and keeps resources from burning and other things where like they're constantly doing updates. Do the thing. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Let's talk a little about Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget is an eBPF tool. Apparently, the Jeff PL knows a lot about eBPF. I do not. Please go ask him. But the short version is it instruments the kernel. You can check for things. The coolest use I've heard of is somebody built a heat map of the functions that a workload were hitting so they could understand where the process was going. Inspector Gadget makes it easy to write these eBPF things. They're called gadgets in Inspector Gadget land. If you were at Rochester last year, Inspector Gadget was here. They did a whole talk. The reason I'm bringing it back up is we worked with that team to make sure that team's engineers are maintaining the package in Fedora. Because our team's goal is not to be the Microsoft interface to Fedora. Our team's goal is to enable and connect people to connect throughout Microsoft into Fedora. And we like that because we shouldn't be playing a game of telephone. If there's feedback from the community, it needs to go directly to the team that does the thing. And if there's not feedback from the community, or if there's feedback from the team to the community, it should go the other way directly. We don't want to be involved in the middle. I keep hitting the wrong button, sorry about that. Azure VM Utils. This is a little package that got built internally. The VM Utils team owns it, it's the provisioners. And they came to us and they were like, we have some UDEV rules, how do we do this? And the response was, you need to package them. And so they started and they packaged some NVMe UDEV rules and a couple of scripts that make those things work, and that's the limit of my knowledge of NVMe. And the real thing that I'm interested in here is it's the beginning of a long-term effort where our team is trying to encourage all of the teams at Microsoft that have like UDEV rules that touch the system to put them in this package. It's going to create easier auditability for the community and the users. And ultimately, I'd like to see us get to a place where, I've talked too long, to get to a place where a user can go, these are the things I need to enable to make Azure work best with my system. Briefly touch on SIGL. We're doing work on SIGL to do ARM secure boot signing. That's actually hard because of the way our infrastructure works. Also, I highlighted the fact that Patrick started this project 8 years ago. It's got very challenging dependencies. So we're looking for folks who want to work with us to evolve this slowly, piece by piece, into a modern infrastructure. Sadly, SIGL has not been picked up by other distributions, so Fedora is the sole user of it as I understand it. So we need to evolve that. I won't beat around with Fedora WSL. If you watched the release party, you got everything from Jeremy. Please go watch the release party. It's amazing. It's listed. It's in the category. I want to call out, though, that we did a lot of technical work to help make the process and the pipelines here work. But I also want to give a huge shout out to the folks who had to do the Layer 9 legal work, because this was super hard and super challenging and has been multiple years, started back when I was at Red Hat. So they also deserve a shout out on getting this done. And that's leadership on Microsoft's side, Red Hat's side, Fedora's side. So let's talk a little about the future. Were I to give this talk next year, what do I think would be in this talk? And again, open to ideas, please grab me in the hall. I need to talk a little about this slide though. I told you at the beginning I'm terrible at slides. This slide is the example of that. Those numbers have no meaning. I was searching for an image to put on this slide and I was desperate, and in the template deck, there's this slide. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. It's like a timeline chart. I should just put it up there and violate brand standards and leave the lorem ipsum and everything. And I was so proud of myself late Monday night. I was like, this is gonna be awesome. And then I realized there's the exact number of boxes as the things I wanted to talk about. So I was like, oh, we're rocking and rolling with this. So we'll start with SIGL again. We want to continue to evolve SIGL. I touched on it briefly. Jeremy's looking at Rust re-implementations and trying to carve it out into components that make sense so it can upgrade over time. We absolutely want that to happen. We want you all to be part of that with us. I expect to be able to talk about continuing participation. Microsoft needs to keep showing up. We need to continue to invest in showing up. And showing up needs to not just be Microsoft priorities and Microsoft projects. Showing up needs to be Cloud SIG membership, for example. If we're working on this Rust rewrite of SIGL, maybe that's participation in the Rust SIG or a Go SIG. We need to be broadly part of the ecosystem and ensuring that our individual contributors whose time we can direct some of are able to holistically work within the project and not have to just have a solid line to some Microsoft business priority. And I think that's critical, and I want to be able to talk about more of those kinds of things. But the counterpoint to that is, while I want to increase active participation by Microsofters in Fedora, I want my focus to be on where that's appropriate. So Strategy 28 wants to grow the overall contributor base of Fedora, and I want us to be accretive to that, but I don't want us to try and own the Microsoft, I'll say, evangelism piece of that. What I want to do is to have us, me and the team focus on how do we find the right teams at Microsoft to come and own their stuff in Fedora and connect those kinds of connections where it makes sense and there's a solid reason for that team to participate. Obviously, we want, broadly speaking, Microsofters to participate, but I want that to come in through the community-driven contributor process so that it becomes something that's replicable against other communities of contributors that have some affiliation. We want to increase the automated testing of the nightlies. Microsoft has an open source framework called Lisa that we make available for infrastructure and distribution testing. It might actually be something infrastructure. We want to start running that as automated testings against the nightlies. To be clear, our goal is not to duplicate Fedora QA. Fedora QA does an amazing job with cloud testing. What we want to be able to do is A, discover new tests we should contribute upstream into Fedora QA, and B, we have access to a set of resources and knowledge that may not be present in the project. So maybe we can find either Azure-specific things, things that happen at scale, things that are cloud-specific engineering pieces that Red Hat or Fedora QA aren't familiar with, and we can bring those things back. They may be improvements that affect every cloud user, or they may be improvements that only affect Azure users. But that automated testing and the correlating nightly promotions to latest are important to us. I have to mention Azure Linux. The Azure Linux folks were very specific in what I should tell you. So I will check my notes here. They're expecting their 4.0 release to occur next year. Their primary interest around their 4.0 release is internal use cases. So think about someplace like Xbox that runs a massive amount of workload in Microsoft Azure. They're the Azure Linux target right now. And they're going to be looking at Fedora the same way that Red Hat looks at Fedora. Red Hat derives RHEL through a process from Fedora. Azure Linux is going to think about it the same way. How do we take what Fedora is doing, make the opinionation that we need, and then produce our product of Azure Linux out of that? So I think that's going to open up some very interesting conversations with that team that will be different than the conversations that my team will have. Their specific focus is going to be on some very Microsoft-specific stuff. They mentioned Hyper-V, because that's very important to Microsoft, Azure-tuned kernels, something called MANA, which involves advanced network interfaces and makes me think of the Muppets. And they wanted me to emphasize that it's lean interfaces, so like they're not interested in desktop, those kinds of things. It's very much driven by their internal cloud service optimization needs. And the last thing I'll mention is improving the Fedora Azure experience. This is actually my job, and I don't have a great answer here yet because I'm still trying to figure out what this means, and I need all of you to help me with that. But the idea here is what kind of things should we be doing in Azure or helping the Fedora project do that will improve the experience of cloud users overall, and obviously specifically those in Azure? On the one level, it could just be something like, could you put some mirrors in? You know, could we have Fedora Linux and Apple mirrors inside of Azure's infrastructure? That may help folks a lot. Network ingress, egress, et cetera. But on the other side, I'm thinking about things like all of the software agents and extensions that provide the Azure magic when you're executing a Linux VM. They don't all work with Fedora. In some cases, it's because that team hasn't seen the need to actually test Fedora, and it's just going to work. And in other cases, it's because it literally won't install. Like it's compiled against a specific, say, RHEL kernel, and it's just never going to run. So how can we expose all of that? And I'm trying to make sure that because this is a community distribution, that there's some level of available usage at no cost where that makes sense, so that Fedora users can come in and go, hey, I want to try this, I want to understand this, and maybe it'll improve job prospects or ideas that I have about things that are going on. I think I'm about to get the hook, and coincidentally, I'm at the part that says say thank you. So apparently I did it right. But thank you very much. I don't think we have time for Q&A, but I'm happy to. Oh, we do. We have Q&A time even. Are there Qs that I can try to A?
Thank you for the talk. It's very interesting to see what Microsoft is doing with open source and so on. So I understand from the business point of view that a company cannot commit to hire engineers to work and contribute to every project because, well, that have overhead. But I think one thing a company can do is to fund projects and provide some money to develop them, especially projects that they benefit from. So what is, if you know, of course, Microsoft's position into funding open source or free software projects, maybe not, but by both ways, hiring people and also, yes, funding directly?
Okay. First, thank you for the question. This is another of those template slides. Microsoft's position on this, as I understand it today, is kind of threefold. First, Microsoft is a member of a lot of foundations and other pieces where there's membership fees, and then those devolve down into some form of support for the projects in those memberships, or in those foundations. There is a review at the CTO of Azure level every month of our broad, huge program, whether it's foundation or critical infrastructure component open source participation. Some of those get direct money, some of them have direct engineers associated with them. My understanding, and I could be very wrong, this is my understanding of a 200,000 plus person organization. We have fewer engineers who are like, you are 100% upstream, but a lot of engineers who are, please go become a maintainer, please maintain status. We know that means you do other things because we want to have an ability to have those conversations. In my team, we are 100% upstream. We do not work on product, although because of the extensions work, for example, we're going to look at product. We'll get close. The last is, there is funding that is sometimes direct, like we are a sponsor of Flock. We wrote a check. I don't think we wrote an actual check. Actually, American company, we probably wrote an actual check. And the other is that we do make Azure credits available. So, for example, Fedora has had Azure credits for a couple of years now. They're not heavily used. There's probably a reason they're not heavily used. I have theories, but no answers. Those Azure credits are up for renewal, and I'm not sure if they're going to get renewed because they haven't been used. So I'm trying to figure out how to make sure those kinds of things happen. I want to dwell just a little bit on credits because I want to openly acknowledge credits aren't money. So, if you hand somebody a bunch of infrastructure, but they have no humans to operate it, you haven't actually made support. And I acknowledge that. And I know, for example, with the recent funding crisis around the Gentoo distributions infrastructure component, this was huge. Like Microsoft stepped up and goes, we will make sure the infrastructure runs, but we didn't step up with a job. And I'm not saying we should have, but we didn't. And so I acknowledge that, and that's one of the things I'm continuing to work on. My boss is heavily involved in the 3P Linuxes, that's the third-party commercials, think RHEL. And so we have the ability to have these broader conversations about what should we be doing for the antecedents of those folks.
Yeah, I can confirm that we've had credits for a while. I think we originally got them because CoreOS was doing testing in Azure, and we planned to start doing image uploads, and then community galleries came in later.
Yeah.
And so we were enabled to do that, but we, for many reasons, never got around to it. Finally, Jeremy got the image uploader uploading, and CoreOS will start uploading images as well. So that was one area where we were going to start using more credits, right? Because we'd have image uploads and people pulling from them, and we also weren't sure how much that actually costs, right? So I think our credit usage will increase. But the credits were primarily for testing our images and releasing them to the public too.
And I'm trying to make sure they continue. Yeah. Candidly, fiscal year ends this month. And I guess I'd add, one of the things that I've been struggling with is, like, if we build a mirror, does that bill against these credits? Should I go try to get a parallel set of credits, which is now 2 sets of conversations to have in a giant company? That's all TBD. But if you've got usages for Fedora and Azure, tell me, because I need to put things in the list. Other questions?
Well, since you were asked, so with Microsoft being such a behemoth and consisting of what I kind of imagine as multiple companies being under umbrella, I'm wondering how, for example, for Azure Linux team, how hard it would be for them to, for example, reach out to GitHub team and kind of start conversations about having other images in the public runners on GitHub other than Ubuntu, Or maybe for your team. I'm
I
sorry.
started this project when for those of you who don't know, I used to be at Red Hat prior to September of last year. I was working on that when I was at Red Hat. That's actually ridiculously hard, that specific example. We do have some level of access to GitHub folks, probably better than the average human walking the street, but they really are a sister company in a lot of ways. And so, you know, you got to go find the great-grandmothers who know each other, and then like, oh yeah, you have cousins over in Monroe, and you know, finally you can figure this out. I think I do have cousins in Monroe, actually. So the answer is yes and no. I'd like to see a groundswell of demand out of community that I can bottle up and push as a side project in my role, because I think I'll be more successful than the Azure Linux folks will. Not because Jem and friends aren't good at this, but because their priorities are going to be around Azure Linux. And so I can come in and talk internally with the community voice better, but it's a good question and one that had actually slipped my mind. So I appreciate you asking it, Martin.
Last question.
Not really a question either, just wanted to say, because you mentioned Sigol was being rewritten in Rust by Jeremy, and he already did reach out to the Rust SIG, and so we've been talking and working on getting those components packaged for Fedora. So that's already been happening.
I am super glad, because when I talked to Jeremy to prepare for this talk, he didn't mention the Rust SIG specifically, and I kind of tossed that in as an I hope that's happening or will happening, so I'm glad I was right. But thank you for bringing that up. And thank you everybody for coming. I both didn't expect questions nor this many people in the room, so I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of Flock. Thank you. Is that for me? Oh. Yes. Absolutely. I do it all the time. Yeah. Yes. They talked about submitting to the community government process was not acceptable. The talk was basically, what do you do when Microsoft rolls up on your devices and says, we're here to help and we're from Microsoft? One, you don't approach like this. And two, you shut the fuck up about mobile. It's like, dude, that was 25 years ago. It's not a context. It's a word. That being said, that is the number one thing. You need to be able to specifically say what you mean, because contribution is individual. You were talking to someone who's unlikely to be the contributor, but you can direct for them. And then, ideally, you're either prepared to have the two-way conversation or have already thought about how does this align with anything these people care about. Because I need some kind of a hook in most organizations. Like that.
Takes me
Hello, team. My name is Luis Segundo. I'm from Panama. It's my first time here. I am ambassador from since 2011. My partner.
I'm Luis Basano from Panama, Fedora ambassador, Prague and maintainer. I'm a member of other teams, not of Fedora. I work with Anchor in the past to package a lot of package in Neo Fedora. Yeah, sorry. Yes? Yeah, I am a member of NeuroFedora, Fedora Ambassador 2, Packer Maintainer, etc. This talk is about the welcome new voices. I'm going to pass the role to Luis. Please go ahead.
Okay. We're engaging our Latin team, our leader. Our Fedora Latin community isn't starting from scratch. It's a sleeping giant. We have dedicated ambassadors. We have champion Fedora for years. It's time to reconnect, reignite, and empower them. Reach out, research, let's have genuine conversations. Not just call, we'll ask, how can I help you? Rebuild your local community and energy. What support do you need to make Fedora thriving again in your country? Back to the front lines. We will support our reactive leaders in becoming highly visible at local open source and text events. Imagine Fedoras present at meetups, hackathon, and conference across Latin America, powered by familiar face.
Yeah, one of these things about these topics is about, we have the Flock all the years. We have a lot of people coming to Flock, but some people in other regions not have the opportunity to come to Flock because it's expensive, budget is an issue, whatever. What we need in these regions, is not only LATAM, it's for all the regions, APAC, LATAM, EMEA. We are trying to find the way, not find the way because it's ready. We need, say, to all these teams to start working in small events, small groups in these countries to start find new voices. New voices is new contributors. And we are trying to find packagers, we are trying to find translators, guys, documentation. We have a lot of roles inside Fedora. This is what we need currently trying to find in LATAM. Obviously, Luis and me is from Panama, is Panamanians. We are working in the LATAM region, and we are trying to find this in LATAM. LATAM is Brazil, Argentina, Costa Rica, Colombia, a lot of countries there. Obviously, the problem started before pandemic. A lot of people disappeared from all the project, and if you remember in the past we have a big event as a FoodCon, okay? And this is why we need now a small events, a small group, and add a new people in the community, because currently we don't have a lot of people. In the past we have 100 of people everywhere. Please continue.
Okay. Connection with future tech stars. The next generation of tech talent is in college and universities, eager to make an impact. You need to be right there with them. Building strong, lasting connections, Campus Connect. Let's get back to basics with one-on-one engagement at university and technical school. We'll introduce Fedora to the bridge minds who are shaping tomorrow's technology, showing them how they can contribute and grow. From a student to a steward, we'll nurture this relationship, offering mentorship, resource, pathway for the students to transition from learners to active contributors, becoming the next wave to Fedora leaders.
And I think some people ask, because some people say, sometimes you don't have the budget or what we need to receive. Because if you do an event, you need swag, you need the stickers, you need, some people want to motivate to go to this event about the stickers, but it's not a sticker. We need technical sessions because I don't want to receive, for example, these sessions in a technical conference. I want to receive, I don't know, the new kernel features. I want to check what is the new process for creating specs for creating a new package. I don't know, Microsoft. I see Brian talk about the new Microsoft features in the Azure side. Obviously, I love that sessions because I am an engineer too, but we need events to find new contributors, and we have the new process. If you need, for example, if you need a budget, a small budget, to create this event or group events because you want a pizza hack fest, I don't know, in your country, you can do that. Requesting in the Mindshare GitLab repository, you can create a ticket and you can request a budget, a small budget, obviously, not $1 million, a small budget to start with these small events. And obviously, if you have a big event, you need to visit other city inside your country, you can do that too, and you can receive the help from the Fedora project side. It's important that part because, all the people not have the same economic opportunity in the wallet, And it's important to say the Fedora project is going to help you to complete these goals, these events, these things. And if you need help, Mindshare team, the new FPL, Sir, Council, all the team is going to help you to complete your goals. Please continue.
I think that I am the good sample because I know Fedora because
in 2011.
Huh?
On 2011.
In the university. I know in the university, and I am here. I make contribution in the package team, design team, so all because I know the community.
Perfect. Yeah, please continue. Oh, yeah. I think I jumped to my side. Mentoring and challenging. Yeah. I think I talk about the challenge. All the challenge all the time is one thing is money. Other thing is how you can start to create a small events. Basically, all the times I suggest the idea to start from some universities because in the past you are a student. And for example, in my side, is easy for me to talk with my university in the past. I say, hey, can I do some conference? It's free conference or a small hack fest about for the new engineers. The new engineers want to receive this technical session or hack fest or whatever or workshops. I start in that way. I don't start in schools. I don't know how university schools is for because these guys don't know what this guy in the school. I think so. If you have other idea about this, please go ahead and say me that part. But the school people, the school guys don't know what is the future for in the life. I don't know if I am going to study engineer. I am not going. I'm a doctor, astronaut. I don't know. But engineers, you are going to the engineer faculty and say, hey, we are going to give a free workshop. And the people say, oh, it's a Linux workshop. It's a Red Hat Fedora workshop. And the people know that. You can start there with a small budget. You can buy some pizzas. You can buy whatever. I don't know what do you need to do this small event and small groups. In Matrix, in Element, in Matrix, in the in the Fedora channels, you can join to the Fedora Ambassador channels, to the Fedora packaging channels. And if you need, for example, if I need help from Ankur, from the Neuro Fedora project, I can ask to Ankur to do a remote session and talk about the Neuro Fedora project. In the past, obviously you can ask in the past to say, hey, Ankur, can you come to Panama or come to Brazil or come to United States to do a, on-site session? Obviously, today the money is a problem. But you can start doing a remote session, remote workshops. If you need, for example, Kevin Fancy, hey Kevin, can you give me sometimes your available time in some weeks to give me an infrastructure workshop to talk about how you automate all the environment, about Assemble, about the Pagure, about the infrastructure of Fedora, how this works, etc. And you motivate these new future engineers to start, hey, join to the Fedora community, new voices, Ambassador. Ambassador project is not it's all project. Now we have an advocate, we have a mentee, mentor, etc. But for me, the best roles to contribute is the development sides, packaging, infrastructure, translator, documentation, and other things, because I think so if you are going to work in the real life as an engineer, you need to understand all these things, and this is going to help you in your future career, and I think that part is important. Oh, sorry, at this point, any question? Sorry, no? Oh, yeah, you are there. Thank you, sir. About the, bring back Fedora. I mentioned this part, Fedora School, because in Panama we have one example in the past. The Fedora School is not a school. The name of Fedora School, we put this name because in a university, in the big university in Panama, technology university, we create the Fedora School, and all the engineers on Friday, Saturday, we have a big issue with the days because Saturday, all the people want to stay in the home with the family and drink and some barbecue. You don't want to continue study, but some people come to the university on Saturday to learn about Linux. In that Fedora school in the university, I don't mention Fedora. I mentioned we are going to give you, we are going to teach you about Linux, how works this, how works Linux, how you can navigate inside Linux, how to install web servers, etc. But then this guy say, but what operating system I'm using now? You are using Fedora. Fedora is this, and I take this way to start broadcast about Fedora, send all the information about Fedora project. And I send the wiki, hey, this is if you want to work as a package maintainer, if you want to contribute as a documentation, translator, etc., please start there, create your fast account, that part. Works, yes, works 2 or 3 years. We receive a lot of contribution. We have a lot of Panama contributors in current channels, in LATAM channels. Some people are still there. Some people now is not have a time. It's okay. The time is other issue. But yes, we create this, and this is not a part of any Fedora project. In the past, we have a Fedora University, Fedora Ambassador University, other things. What I'm trying to do with this session, I want to, if you have more ideas about how to find new voices, new contributors for the project, not for LATAM, for any region, please share with the team, share with the ambassador team, share in the channels, because we are trying to continue growing this community. This is a big community, it's a friend community, family community. I feel as a family, this community. And we need new contributors, new voices, and we need new packagers, documentation people, translator. Next one, we have I think we have other one, yeah. I passed this one. I jump everything. I think I talk everything. Okay, this is some examples. In Brazil, we have a Latino where it's a big conference in Brazil. In the past, the Brazil team put some stands there. But currently, we don't have a lot of people in Brazil. We have one channel in Telegram, and we have one channel in Matrix. The Fedora Brazil team is trying to rebuild, to rebuild the team in Brazil with a small group. Now we have 120 guys there. Obviously, Brazil have a lot of million users and engineers in Brazil, but we have 126 or something in the channels. This guy is trying to put a stand in some small events, large event. And I mention this because we need continue, maybe we need continue put a stand there because it's a big one. We have oh, sorry. Oh. Yeah, it's okay. In Latino, where all the Microsoft, Red Hat, OpenSUSE, a lot of people is going there, and I think it's a good idea to continue put the standards. Nerdiala is in Argentina. The last year I visited Nerdiala with Alma Linux. I work with the Alma Linux team to talk about Alma Linux in Nerdiala, but I don't see any stand about Fedora. I say, oh my God, where is Fedora? I don't see Red Hat there. I see Rocky Linux, I see Alma Linux, Microsoft obviously, but I don't see Fedora there and Red Hat too. And I think it's important to check this event because this event, Nerdiala, work in Argentina, Chile, Spain, Mexico, and we don't have presence. We don't have presence there. FliSol is in the worldwide. I think it's in LATAM regions, where all the LATAM region. FliSol is a free event. All the years we do a FliSol to present operating system, installation day, etc. about any open source operating system. It works in the FliSol. And PyCon, I think PyCon is worldwide event, correct? Yeah. In PyCon, currently we are working in Costa Rica, and we have some guys working in Panama doing a great job about PyCon. This is my suggestion. We need presence in some. This is my example, but I know you know more events, big events, but we need more presence in these sites because we need to find new voices, new contributors in the worldwide. The next one. Continue mentors, small groups, small events, international video. I don't agree with that, but sometimes work because we are currently working in, I know in Fedora we have one team working in podcasts, in videos, etc. I think we need to continue doing that because some people like YouTube or to learn. That's all for me. I think, Luis, do you have anything else to check? Or?
No, for now, the only mention is the, for example, the international video.
Yeah.
We mention it because the new generation consume videos, reels, is fast content.
Okay.
This is the reason for I mentioned it. But it's all.
It's all, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presence in this session. Thank you, team. Woo. I think we don't have any question. Any question, team? Oh.
Silence is agreement.
Oh.
Is there do you have like a contact within Fedora or Red Hat that you can ask for funding?
Yes, we have a you say for funding, correct? Yeah. Okay, yeah. In the Mindshare, really fast, the answer, in the Mindshare repository, we have the process to request reimbursement, to request budget, a small budget. If the budget is small, for example, $150, you can request really fast. And if you have, if you use a Wise platform, PayPal, or if you use any of these, it's really fast to receive this. Obviously, you need to create a ticket. And I think sometimes the people don't want to create the ticket, but the ticket is important to compliance things. You know, Red Hat need need a report about this, and it's important to create these tickets and to request your reimbursement or request a budget, and put the name of the event or what you are going to do, pizza, whatever. Put everything there, the details. That's all. Mindshare repository.
So, how is that information advertised? Like, I have no idea where to get that. For example, you said Mindshare.
You know what? Let me send. It's a good thing. Next time when it put the links, let me give you all the URLs to about the repositories, and you can broadcast to your any group to create these tickets. Okay? It's really it's easy way to. It's one link and documentation. You can send this to all the groups in your country. I think so. Ready? I'm going to give you my contact and Luis' contact.
So, like, maybe to advertise it on something like the release party, you could maybe.
Yes, for release party. Let me, you know, we have a. You are in the Matrix channels. Yeah. Okay, let me do a broadcast with Justin to send all this information. It's important, I think so. No, it's okay, it's okay. The other speaker is not, yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. If I got you correctly, you mentioned that regarding schools, you are focused to universities because high schools are not specialized, etc., etc. Am I correct?
Yeah, but this problem, let me say, this problem is all in LATAM. I am not sure how in EMEA or other regions works. Because the high school in LATAM, the people is not secure. For example, I am in the last year in my high school. I don't know. I am going to take engineer. Doctor. No. I am going to work as a designer. You know, the people don't know what is the next way. But we take the universities because the people is ready in the career in the engineer, technological career. And yeah, the people is ready there, and we are going to start, hey, we are going to talk about Linux, infrastructure, blah, 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 all these things.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, but
Oh, thank you.
One recommendation regarding that from EMEA side, school is bad, of course. That's correct. We have learned only Microsoft software. But anyways, at a university, that's the point where you should start, because where you need the stuff, and if you practice it in parallel to your theory, you are really good prepared afterwards, and you can bring the people into the community then.
Yes.
And that's how I did that. I started directly in the first semester with Linux installation parties, then introduction to command into the command line, and using that all, and how to automate stuff. And that was really good for our students, I can say.
Take note. It's really a good suggestion.
I actually kind of disagree with that. Because we started actually introducing, especially to girls, technology.
Yeah.
And I think like hearing it as early as possible in a very, I would say, teenager-friendly way, actually will enable projects like Fedora and like whatever else is out there from an open source community to create awareness, because they've heard it before.
Okay.
So, and there are many kind of like events. If I look at like in Germany, what's the one? Girls' Day is one thing because I organized it, and we did mechanical engineering because it was approachable, but they also understood like what is open source, and we held a presentation and compared it to playground or an amusement park to see like, hey, just imagine like for every ride you need someone who checks the security, and that is like someone who does quality engineering and all those bits and pieces.
Yes.
And these analogies actually do help to kids and teenagers to understand not just IT, but also like understand open source.
Technology, open source technology.
Open source in particular, and a lot of them actually are very curious about how can they get engaged at a very early age. So I wouldn't neglect schools.
Agree. Another thing to add is I mentioned in all the session I mentioned only engineers, and it's not only engineers because I know in other countries we have some friends, financial guy, we have what is the financial guy, the other one is a designers. We don't need limitate the technology only for engineers. Sorry for say that. It's one of my I think I agree with you. I mentioned all these session engineers, but we have financial guys, we have designers, we have gamer developers, we have doctors using Fedora scientists. I think don't limit the technology and the open source technology for engineers. Yeah. Sorry for saying that. It's one of my errors in this session, but yes, what we need new contributors, new voices. Any role, if you are a financial guy, if you are a designer guy, it's okay. You are welcome to the project. Now I corrected, fix it.
I'll add some context why I asked the original question. I'm a bit biased here because I used to be a teacher, and I used to be a teacher at a technical high school. Yeah. So I was teacher of subjects like programming and operating system administration and so on. And so I try to introduce my students to open source and share Linux. And I met with the students who graduated at this school, and not every student of that school is expected to continue to the university. But still, we met recently, and it was really nice to see that a lot of them actually is currently focused to Linux. It's their job. So I think, as it was said, let's start early. And even now, I'm no longer a teacher. I work for Red Hat, and I still do like once a year or twice a year some talk for high school students. Yeah, do some workshop. Yeah, because I think really, if we catch this early, we can catch their curiosity and introduce them to something really they can use in their professional life. And I think this might be the way.
Yeah, totally agree. I think this is a good. I love this. Anything else to? Oh, you have more.
I just wanted to.
We don't have more speakers now.
No, we have a break afterwards.
Okay.
Just one more thing. If you seek funding, connect with customers.
Yep.
And build customer branding in relation to open source, and you will have funding from a customer side and present open source. That's what we did, and it's an amazing technique.
It's a good idea. Yeah, it's a good idea. Oh.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I don't know if I want this on recorded, but I do have a question. So are you talking about Red Hat customers you attracted, or like other vendor customers? Like when you...
No, I think when you mentioned customer, don't focus only in Red Hat customer.
No, I'm asking because
because
she did it. I have questions like what customers were you able? I don't know if you can say it, but.
So we did it with financial customers like 2 banks and Deutsche Börse. And we approached them in regards, so I partnered with a marketing person, and they're like, hey, can we do something for kids, especially girls, and get them into STEM? But I think it would work with any kind of customers, because all companies face exactly the same challenges. And I believe that they lack the support from knowledgeable people such as like we have in this community to actually build these kind of programs. And there's plenty of opportunities to exactly do that. So if you have connections or if you advertise it, I'm pretty sure you will find people who are interested. And then the other way is vice versa. I think Fedora also is looking always for people who could support that.
I mean, it's a real question.
Don't we expect public programs for that? Where it is enough for that?
Yes, because I believe, at least the conversation I had, they always struggle to find competent people to support these kind of things.
Luis mentioned some students go to the technology university in Panama, but the master, the prof don't teach these students in the correct way. Don't show the tools. Don't show the open source. Show everything, but not the open source side. And maybe this is one of the goals for Luis, for all the contributors. Is and you mentioned customers. All the years in Panama, we do a hackathon with a big customer, and in this event, we integrate all these people, all these students in technology, open source, Linux, cloud, etc. And these guys take correct ways to join, to continue in the university and join to companies, foundations, etc. I understand what you are saying. We are trying to do that sometimes because that part is you receive funding using some customer to help you to help students to grow, and that part is important. I understand that part, and we have one foundation in Panama for technology open source only. What is the name of the foundation? Fundación Panameña Sistemas Libres Open Source, software libre, open source is the name of the foundation, and we are working on that all the times to receive funding and help students to grow. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're done.
Yeah.
Over time.
Thank you.
Country perspective.
I'm in the U.S. I'm in No, I
I'm coming back to you just like before. I've been a lonely boy since I walked out your door. If there's a life for us, I don't know, but I can live like this anymore. The time I spend alone has nothing to give. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. Repetition. The only thing I can do. I'm coming back to you. This time to stay. If I have learned one thing, is that I can't stay away. The time I spend alone has nothing to give. The life I lead alone has nowhere to live. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. Repetition. The only thing I can do. And I can still recall how you will hold me. The way you vast away broke so slowly. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. Repetition. The only thing I can do. Repetition. And we can see this through. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. Can't get enough of this drug that they call love. I need to feel like I am home again. You came from above, your wings wider than a dove. I need you, I need you. I can wait another minute, I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in a castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. I can wait another minute, I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in a castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky, castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in a castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky, castle in the sky.
Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Staring at the bottom of a glass, hoping one day you make a dream last. But dreams come slow and they go so fast. You see her when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch slowly dies. 'Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only need the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark. Same old empty feelings in your heart. 'Cause love comes slow and it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep. Never to touch and never to keep. 'Cause you love her so much and you dive too deep. Well, you only need the light when you're burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. here before. It ain't gonna work no more. I've been here before. It ain't gonna work no more. Oh no 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 more. I've been here before. It ain't gonna work no more. I've been here before. It ain't gonna work no more. I've been here before. It ain't gonna work no more. I've been here before. It ain't gonna work no more.
Do you want me in disguise? Do you want me to change my mind on things I can't hide? This is fucking real. Could be something I said. Could be something I did this time. Maybe it's you instead. You just blew up my mind. We were covering the light, but you know we'll have to fight for the night of our sins and our lives and our lives.
And then actually the Red Bull, and then the last few years I realized the Red Bull is not. So it's a sugar drink. Oh yeah, still. Oh yeah. That's fun. I'm trying to drink more coffee. I missed the
Do you want me in disguise? Do you want me to change my mind? Things I can't hide. This is fucking real. Give me something to say. Give me something I did this time. Maybe it's you instead.
Should we start? Is it time? All right. Justin. Good. What time is it? 11:30, right? 11:32. So, good morning, guys. So this is a presentation on, so I'm Shumanthro. I'm going to talk about Google Summer of Code and Mentor project in Fedora. I have my co-org admin who is also running Outreachy, which is Fernando. And this talk is going to have two parts. It's a 1 hour slot. So first part, we are going to talk about GSoC and Outreachy interns. Due to the timing of flock, which has changed significantly since last years, we do not have our mentees like code up something, but we do have them working on projects which they are assigned to. So we will talk about those projects a bit. And moving on, we are going to have Akash and Aurelian talk about their outreachy best practices-ish. So starting off, I'm Shumanthro. I'm the org admin for GSoC this year. GSoC, if you might know, do we have a, like, okay. Oh, thanks. Oh, okay. So GSoC, as most of you might know, is Google Summer of Code. Now, Google Summer of Code is a program that Fedora used to participate in. We are also known as what Google would refer to as a legacy organization, someone who has been participating for multiple years. And we have a long-standing reputation to bring students in via this program and make them permanent contributors to Fedora. Most of the Fedora infrastructure team, which used to be like about 6-7 years back, were GSoC students. So you might have heard about Kushal Das, Shayan, all of these people. Mostly they started off as either mentors or mentees in GSoC, and they made their career in Fedora. Other than that, this is a good time in GSoC, because GSoC is implementing data science, AI, and ML projects to go forward. They are usually choosing those organizations who have those projects. This time in Fedora, we have chosen 2 specific candidates. And first candidate is Mayank Singh, mentored by František, and who is sitting right there in the audience. And as you can understand, this is like technically a project which is in making. A little bit about the project is right there, but what gist it boils down to, it's a pull request, it's a pull request based workflow for new packages. That's what we are going to look at the end of this project as a deliverable. There is a live feedback that the student has opened for everyone in Flock and the external Fedora community to participate in and give more ideas on how to implement this and what would be the right path. That QR would ideally point you to the place where you could just go and submit feedback. That's exactly, that's one of a good way for us to evangelize this at this program. Moving on, we have Huzaifa, who has been doing AI. So Huzaifa is a product security guy at Red Hat. And he's been known to do AI and AI-related projects for the last few years. One of those things that he's been working today with his mentee is he's going to have something like a explain my code base, where there is going to be an AI tool looking at a code base and telling you exactly what are the components that are being used, are they vulnerable or not, is there a way to, if you wanted to code commit to some of it, which parts would be more important to you, which repos do they reside in, and a lot of other details. This is a project in making. There has not been a project in Fedora like this before. So this is our way to basically use AI to further a cause where we can bring up students with that particular skill set. So they could actually go ahead and contribute to something. We are going, if this becomes successful, the plan is to use this for infrastructure onboarding. We have never said we are going to push it to infrastructure onboarding, but we are trying to say if this ever becomes successful, it might be very easy for newcomers to basically look at a code base and understand where they can work on. Basically, when we said log, we meant any kind of code that is a error or a failure or a common warning, and it could look at all of that and then say, okay, so this is being triggered by that particular code base, so go ahead, make changes, do whatever. This is a project in making. Like I said, this is the intern just got onboarded like 1.5 weeks back, so technically we do not have much of code, but again, they would be working on something, and if you wanted to read most of the reports would be on communityblog.fedoraproject.org, which is where both the interns would be posting their updates. And yeah, we have 2 org admins, like I said, Fernando and me. Fernando is, by the way, also doing Outreachy, and he is gonna take from here on the Outreachy bits. Next slide.
All right, so let's get started with Outreachy. So just to get familiar with what Outreachy is, so in essence, it's a program to provide opportunities to people that face discrimination in the tech industry, and that includes women, that include people of color, that includes immigrants in different countries, people that comes from areas that in essence face discrimination in their life every day. And the idea behind Outreachy is not focused only on students, so you don't require any degree to participate, you don't require to be studying. You could be already a professional of another field, or even a professional in software engineer, but usually if you are a professional in software engineer, you cannot put that much amount of time, but you could be. And the thing is that historically, Fedora has been participating in Outreachy a lot, and I need to say thank you to Justin, because Fedora is funding the Outreachy mentees, and that's an effort that Justin was able to achieve, and he got us budget for 3 interns on this season. So the program starts, it started like a week ago, something like that, and it ends in August. Yeah, so that's in general, it's Outreachy. A lot of Fedora community members come from Outreachy. A lot of them, one of the I have on the top of my mind is Smira, that was a past Outreachy intern, and also, if I'm not wrong, Nikita as well, and there are many others. Yeah, so this year, 2025, we got 3 interns for 3 different projects. So we got first Cornelius Emase. So Cornelius is from Kenya. He's working on the DI SIG, and he's in essence doing the event checklist. He organized already an event in Kenya, and it went pretty well. He's also working on documentation for DI and in essence regional communities in Africa. The mentor is Jonah Sisak, that is sitting there. And so thank you very much to the mentors, by the way, because this won't be possible without the mentors. We could have the funding, we could have the interns, but if we don't have people that is willing to put time to work with the interns and try to help move them forward and so on, this would not make any sense without the mentors. So, yeah. The next one is Kayode. So he lives in Lagos, Nigeria, and he's working with the Packet team, trying to improve the easy local testing of Fedora packaging. There are 3 mentors here. We have Laura, Matej, and Maya, and I'm pretty sure that maybe František is around as well. So thank you very much to all of them. And yeah, so the next one is Anthony. So Anthony is from Nairobi, Kenya, and yeah, he works with the release team with Tomasz. Tomasz is not around, but thank you very much anyway. And yeah, he's working on the development of a new tool, which is the release schedule planner. This is an idea that the release team had, to have a tool to make it easier, the planification of Fedora releases. And well, he is coordinating with Tomasz to be able to do it. So one of the things that we want to focus in Fedora is to be able to get them be a stable contributor later after the intern. We also, from the last year, we got 2 awesome Outreachy contributors, and Tosin and Rosalind. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it to come here. We tried, but if they are watching, I just want to say that thank you for the work. They stayed around, and they are really valuable contributors in the community. And just wanted to recognize that, and that I'm really sorry that they couldn't make it. It would have been really good to have them here to show their work. Also, thank you, Justin, for trying to get them here, but yeah, it didn't work out. All right, so that is about Outreachy. I want to say something. So I know that there is a lot of people here, technical people, non-technical people. As you could notice, Outreachy is not only about technical opportunities. For example, the DEI internship is not related to technical work itself. And please, we need mentors for next year cohort because we are going probably to participate again. And we need non-technical and technical mentors. It will be better if we can get at least 2 mentors per project because it takes a lot of time. Sorry for the ones that are alone. I know it's a lot of work to manage, especially during the application phase where you get a lot of people, a lot of applicants, and you need to help them and guide them through the process. So this is a kind of a goal. If you have ideas on Fedora, how to improve Fedora, it could be packaging, it could be a tool, it could be a service, it could be infrastructure, it could be design, DI, documentation, whatever. Please let me know. I will write down your name. I will help you preparing your ideas, and I'm very sure we can find a place for you as an Outreachy mentor. So, all right, I think that's yeah, that's all for me, and yeah, for us as well, right?
If you have any questions regarding GSoC and Outreachy, we have like a nice amount of time to ask those. Yeah. Can you pass the mic to
How are you guys determining the problem spaces or the projects? Is this something that just the community is asking, or like folks are stepping up and saying, hey, I could use somebody to work on this, or like this is an idea, or are we collecting this in some way? Like how are these ideas getting to the mentees to work on these projects?
I think well, for GSoC it's different, yes. So for Outreachy, I created a CFP, in essence, in the Mentor GitLab, Mentor Project GitLab. And I also sent several messages to several channels in Matrix and send emails in mailing list and to some people. So the idea is that people just propose the project. And we evaluate if the project is suitable, that it usually is, and even if it is not, we can probably work on it and make it suitable for the Outreachy. And yeah, after that, we propose it to Outreachy organizers, and they review it as well. And yeah, that's usually it. A CFP, you create a ticket on the mentor project, and you just we'll discuss about it.
I can maybe comment on that from the point of view, like from an external project that tries to submit something, because it's not so simple, because it sounds like a lot of time, but it actually isn't, and the student needs to like get on board, spend some time, and so it needs to be really something really simple, stupidly simple, because things go wrong, there is a discussions how to do this, so it needs to be well defined. And also it needs to be like something that the team doesn't rely on. So
sure.
Yeah, and it seems like simple, but yeah, so something that won't change in the middle, or something that the team is not waiting for. So have it. I treat it usually like some kind of proof of concept or something that the team won't have time for. But I'm glad that these topics are like brought up. So, like
Yeah, just to clarify, in essence, mentoring opportunities are not a way to lighten your workload. It's the opposite. Usually it takes more time to mentor someone to do it than actually do it yourself. But that's the idea, because the idea is to transfer all this knowledge and skills to that person, and that consumes time. So just wanted to clarify that.
From the GSoC end of things, it's the same way like they do, but only one thing we care about, rather Google cares about a lot, which is because the money is spent by Google to fund these interns, they're not spent by us. Plus, every intern gets selected, the organization gains $500. So essentially, if they give you 2 slots, then you gain $1,000 for, I don't know, your mentor travel, your mentor swags, whatever. right? But they care about two things. They care about it has to be a new person, has to be somebody who is really, really new to open source or having bare minimum idea of open source, and should actually be retainable. So like when you build a project from the eyes of GSoC, you're basically building a project in which would have a story to tell. It should have a journey. If you look at our interns this time, both of our interns are like first year students, and they are first year students. For the reason behind that is we do not want somebody who is like very experienced to start off with this program, because this program is not meant for that. It's meant for people who are getting started with open source, not like somebody who has been in open source for ages now and just wants to do an internship. So that's the criteria for GSoC mostly. Another thing that GSoC does, which is it verifies the project by its own virtue, so we can submit whatever, but if they do not find it good, they won't allocate you a slot, which means if I submit 5 slots with 5 projects and they find that these 3 projects are like, doesn't matter really, then it won't get selected, which means the project has to be extremely scoped up, very well defined, and probably also, which is how the mentees interact with us. They share up an entire roadmap of how they're going to divide their entire 6 weeks or 7 weeks of internship. So that roadmap is very critical for the acceptance of the mentee, and also the acceptance of the organization, how they have structured out the work. So that's how we kind of do it. Questions?
Maybe two questions. One is, I'm really bad at probably following information, usually sends the proposal like very last second or maybe after that. So how do we follow like these requests, or am I just missing things?
Yeah, you can take that.
So there is a mentor project right?
Okay.
And this is the general practice probably after this year, which would start, because we have GSoC back on track, which is you as a mentor, whenever you have an idea and you can do a scoping, you can open request at any given point of time in this particular repository. When the time is right, we will contact you. We as in the org admins will contact you and say, hey, this project has very high chances of getting selected in this program, right? And this program can be outreach GSoC. I don't know if we do something more than something more, but whatever that we select, right, you will be notified and say, hey, can you mentor? And now it depends on your time commitments, finding a mentee, and then if GSoC, then you will obviously get 10,000 proposals like you have already gotten this time. But yeah.
That's a follow-up question.
Yeah, so other than that, Outreachy, you will have to do a lot of face-to-face interviews, understand the candidate, and then move on. So you should be done.
Okay, thanks.
But I want to say thank you to you, because you are lifesaver. When we need a mentor, František is always there with good ideas. So thank you very much. It happened like twice or thrice that we were like, oh no, we need a mentor, and we already contacted 2 people and we need 1 more, and František is always, I have ideas. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm really glad for this opportunity, because it can like start. We've started a couple of projects like that, like our dashboard or GitLab integration and these things. And yeah, we spend a lot of time like after that to polishing this, but like bring this up, it's really nice thing to do. Yeah, and you've mentioned a lot of proposals being sent usually, and I have comparison with multiple years, and this time it was like really high. So I was thinking like we're discussing this in person, but like if there is something either on a general level for GSoC, for example, to like do this reasonable for the human forces, because there were a lot of like proposals with low quality, low involvement in the community, and people just didn't spend much time like paying attention to the real projects and just reworded my words and sent me the proposal. I get that there is a strong push from the student point of view side, because they have a like they can put this in the CV. So I get their motivation, and that they are sending this to a huge number of like.
Yeah, that's a problem that every internship program is experiencing, and there's directly related with AI and with LLMs. So in the past, when a bad intern wanted to create a proposal, they usually did a not very good job, and it was very easy to spot, like if they were lazy and they put like simple, the proposal was like one paragraph long. The problem now is that that person with one sentence and LLM can say, hey, write me a 10 pages proposal for this title, and then you need to review that. And that's a huge problem for mentors and reviewing proposals. Outreachy is in the same situation. Everyone in GSoC is in the same situation. I am subscribed to the organization admin mailing list. Huge amount of mails there from organization admins saying, we cannot handle this. We get hundreds of proposals, and a lot of them doesn't make any sense. And it's really hard to review because they are not like one sentence. They are like pages and pages and pages of proposals.
I can add something. So probably next year, if we are here, there's a very high chance that we will use an issue tracker to propose projects. We can also add, you can also add a Kanban board for just your open source tag to any of our mentor project tag for any of your mentor project activities to actually work on something before sending a proposal to you. So they can look through the issues well beforehand, figure out which projects they're interested in, go send PRs and then go. But yeah, we are out of time. Akash is going to take a second.
Thank you.
Hello, me and Eulen will be talking about our Outreachy mentorship experience. The slide's up, okay. This closely follows up about the problems that František mentioned about there are poor submissions. Various reasons behind them, but there are poor submissions and just how we can do stuff about it. So I'm going to pass it over to Aurélien for the first half.
Yep, I can speak in there, right? I suppose that works too. All right, so we've been co-mentors in an Outreachy project recently, but we have both mentored other people during previous projects. For the last one, we've evaluated about 30 participants, 30 applicants who wanted to be mentees. And so that's about, I don't know if it's representative of the amount of mentees that people get during those application periods, but that's what we had. Most of the people there were actually interested in open source and had an idea of what it meant, and it was interesting to them. So that was pretty cool. We thought it would be a more varied crowd, but actually the people they mean well. And some of the problems that we had were that they were confusing programs in the sense that they didn't really realize that they wouldn't have the time frame, the actual time frame to work during that period. And also, they were sometimes not using very fair means to compete with other mentees, which is more of a problem. So there's a couple issues with that, and we're going to go into that now. So, oops, sorry. So here's, for example, an example of a proposal for an internship, and we've organized ourselves between multiple people to select the applicants. We've used spreadsheets for that, so that people could vote on the criteria that were useful, that were representative for them. It's always better to have multiple people select mentees in the sense that it will avoid some of the bias that it's inevitable when selecting people. And also Outreachy is pretty much about that as well, so that makes sense. We had spreadsheets and people could give their opinions on the different qualities and problems that we might have with some of the applicants. That worked well. And here's some documentation for you to look at. So the slides are available right after the setting. So if you want to look at all that, interesting articles. basically the challenges that we faced, that we had people who were more or less plagiarizing other proposals, for example, and so basically using the same text, changing a couple of things and taking the credits for themselves. That happens because it's easier and it's harder to know who was the first one to write. We've also had some sort of fake contributions, people who were trying to, oh yeah, maybe you don't know that, but during the Outreachy process, the applicants are supposed to contribute to the projects that you have and make meaningful contributions to show that they're interested and involved. And some of them were really spammy, like not really interesting at all, changing a couple lines in documentation, that sort of thing. Some of the people, well, it happened that there were same person with different identities. Obviously, no need to explain that, and people who were misrepresenting their skills, so not really be truthful about the actual experience that they had. That happens as well, but that happens everywhere, I suppose. So nothing really specific to Outreachy in there. Also, we ask people in Outreach. We ask Outreachy applicants to start being involved with the community, and some people were not really honest with that, and were DMing people everywhere just to prove that they were involved with the community, not really following the letter of the thing rather than the ID. We had some contributions that were really just to show that they did something, not really actually meaningful. So, contributing to a fork, for example, using copy and paste everywhere. We had some fake engagement, so looking like you're active just to follow until the deadline and then disappear into thin air. That happens. It's something that you would expect when you think about this kind of program, that it actually happens. So it's better to be prepared for that, basically. And the new one that came recently is, of course, the existence of LLMs. Yeah. Generating stuff, nothing, even things that don't really make sense without checking that they understand what has been generated. So abusing the tools, basically. All those are not new things. I mean, I've been to school. I've tried to hack exams or go around rules like probably before they were born. But so it's just new tools and new way of doing things. But there's basically nothing really new in that. Just be prepared that this happens, and when you have applicants, it might happen on a scale that you may not be prepared to. So that's just a warning, basically. But there's also good sides.
Thank you, Aurelian. All right, I think I should be audible now. You just hold on to it. Thank you. But here's the thing. I mean, there must be reasoning behind why people resort to doing that. We could have taken the easier way of just assuming that they have ill intentions, which most of them might have. But understanding what leads to them doing that would actually help you turn them around their ways and make sure that they actually end up on the right path, because this can help them now, probably the next time, but definitely not on the longer run. And trust me, like, application phase is very difficult, both for the mentees as well as for mentors. Like, with mentors getting floods of application, hey, I'm from this place, I'm good at this, how can I be of help? And mentees, them introducing, but them also realizing that they need to get to doing something, and they need to do it quick because there's a timeline that they need to be associated with. So let's talk about the reasoning as to why they do it. The first is, of course, it's obvious. It's about the career. Things have been difficult in recent times. So participating in a prestigious program like Google Summer of Code or Outreachy can give them like the edge, the boost that they could make use of in their resume. The program is not about that. It's about them, as an entry door to open source programs. But they have misunderstood values. I think I covered the last part, that they just have this fundamental misunderstanding about what this thing is about. Of course, there's financial incentives. These mentoring programs, these formalized mentoring programs do pay handsomely, and people could really make use of that money. And then there's this culture pressure, which is kind of obvious from where I come from. There's this constant expectation that if you have made it into these programs, then you have really made it, quote unquote, and you gotta do whatever it takes. So even though people really don't want to do it, they kind of end up doing it. Then there is, of course, the insecurity of failure. They come into contributions in the applicant phase, and it turns out that there's someone else who probably must have been around the community for a bit longer period of time. They're doing miles better, and then, you know, they're like, oh, how can I get as good as that person? Heck, how can I get better than that person? And it's impossible in a short amount of time. You got to put in the work, put in the hours. But, well, they would probably do something else instead of that, and that is, of course, reaching out for the unfair means, which sucks. Then, of course, improved accessibility to free large language models, like the examples that Sumantro and Fernando gave, that it's quite easy to generate a 10-page long proposal with just a prompt, and that proposal might not have the life, but as mentors, it's important to judge all applications objectively. So you need to assume that it's them who actually wrote it and not a large language model. So you have to go through it only for you to realize that, oh wow, that's a load of crap. You probably should not have done that in the first place. Then finally, misaligned incentives and, well, just like Aurélien said, open challenge. You know, just maybe I can hack that stuff. Just to be able to know that I can, not misusing it, but just to find out that they are able to do that. So those might be the reasonings why people might resort to things like these. So when you understand these foundational reasons that lead to some people resorting to things like that, you provide them advices. So funny story, before I go into the practices, we had a couple of applicants that me and Aurélien, we shortlisted in the previous cohort in the last year, both of whom we thought that, oh, they are amazing, they are good at what they do, and they seem to be genuinely interested in Fedora project. We received an email from the Outreachy folks, and they were like, don't select them. They seem to have lied in their proposal, something like that. And we were like, okay, we'll probably pick the next best. And it went on happening for a couple more times. And at the third time, we were like, should we select them, or even they are not going to be as good? And they're like, oh no, this person is perfect. Take them up if you want to. It's a different story at how it ended up being. But yeah, these things, they happen. And they happen quite a lot more in the Outreachy organizers phase than it does for the mentors. So here's what practices that you can make use of to avoid situations like these. So let's start with what mentors can do. In practice, mentors can have more empathy over judgment. Everyone has been a newcomer at some point in time. And the mentees are the newcomers over here. So if you see yourself over there, maybe you were just as bad as that. So maybe using an inclusive lingo with them, helping them understand that, hey, if they find it difficult, that means they are learning something. It helps them go a long way. Then values over metrics, that is, of course, not relying on things like, hey, if you turn in 10 PRs by the end of the week, I'm going to select you. Don't do that. Do not do that, right? Understand just what drives an applicant, understand just how they communicate with other applicants. Are they helping other applicants out? Are they communicating in the open? Stuff like that. Like, these are the things that would help you understand that there's potential that you can then build upon as a mentor. Then efforts over results. Like I said, it's not about being able to do something, but trying to get there, and depending on just how far they made it, they might make it, or, well, you will see that, okay, if they add just this thing on the top, it's finished, right? It's an amazing thing. So I think František has had an experience that he mentioned that he had to polish things up after the intern left, but they did make a whole lot of progress during the mentorship. And finally, vigilance over commitment, because as much as you could have the goodwill of supporting everyone during the application phase, it is hell. Like, you would get waves of application. It would be difficult to give equal attention to everyone, but you will try. But you would surely understand that, yeah, there are some people who are not having good intentions behind their attempts. So you got to be selective from the get-go. Then let's go on to the next one, that is practices in menteeing. If you are a mentee, or you're trying to be a mentee, you're applying to a certain project. So here's 4 things. Among thousands of things, I think these 4 are the ones that resonated with me the most. The first is learning over winning. If you do not win, you walk out of something with the knowledge about how you would do things better the next time you apply to maybe not the same project, a different one, but you would know better things to do. Next is understanding over imitation. You put your own effort, and that means it's a subjective effort. It won't be perfect by the last detail, but it would be your idea about how you would do a certain project in a better way. We appreciate that. It's not like we want you to go into the technical weeds into explaining what needs to be done and how, but we want to see what your vision is with the project that we want you to be a part of. And if you have a good vision, I would much prefer that over something that is a lot more well thought out of, because, well, they happen to make use of an LLM. Then importance over population, making sure that you make less pull requests, less contributions, but that is fine. Less is fine as long as it's meaningful. We wouldn't value like 10s or 20s of changes, but well, those are subjected towards documentation with grammatical mistakes, stuff like that. Low-hanging fruit. Those things could be changed, sure, but you could also take it for a spin locally, and as a newcomer, give us your perspective about how the documentation looks like, because, well, we could take a lot of things for granted. You could help us with that. That's a lot meaningful. And then finally, defaulting to open, having most conversations, if not all, in the open, and that way your mentor can save some efforts into not explaining the things again when they could simply point back to the previous thing. And also you could, as a mentee, help other mentees and together prosper, together grow. They teach you something and you learn something out of it. And that pretty much brings us to the Fedora Strategy 2028. It's one of the most important things, or at least something that resonates with me the most. Everyone in Fedora project is a mentor and a mentee. Like, even though I have mentored someone, that doesn't stop me from learning from the likes of Aurelian. Take, for example, like I would definitely go to him with pull request reviews, and there would be times when he would go out of his way not to correct a thing that's specific to that pull request, but with the way I do things, with the workflow, or with the practices of programming for that matter. And that's good, because it not only is contained with that contribution, but it also paves way and helps me do things better in other things that I might be a part of. So if at all, like, I think that everyone in this room has been mentored by someone from Fedora project at some point in time. And I know it for a fact that you would love to give it back to the community. Pass it along. You have been mentored by someone, try being a mentor to someone else. It doesn't have to be a formalized mentored program. It doesn't have to be Outreachy. It doesn't have to be GSoC. It could be someone who's just joining and they are really confused as to where they want to start from. Help them out. Provide them the direction that they want to take, or, well, help them with their good first issue so that they really want to get their feet wet and, you know, hit the ground running. If you do that, well, I do think that people would definitely feel like staying back. The mentees who actually have passed out from the community would actually feel like staying back, keeping contributing long after the scope of the internship. And that brings me to the thank you slide. So I would love to answer questions that you have. Let's give it a couple of minutes. And of course, you can totally feel free to find us around Whitby, around the flock. So if you have questions that you want to ask us later, totally feel free. Can we have a microphone passed over to Rob?
I can yell. I'm loud. I talk loud. It's like yelling.
Just speak on the internet loud?
Oh, I am that loud. I can be that loud. Don't worry about it, Justin. They can pick me up
Hey,
from the other
can
side
you
of the
hear me
building.
in India? Go on.
So there's a lot of challenges I kind of am hearing of just the things that mentors need to look at, the opportunities that there's things that, especially with, again, the advent of LLMs has really changed things. There's a lot that, folks need to take into consideration. Is there any kind of portal that's either available from an Outreachy or GSoC or something, or does Fedora provide a portal for the mentors to kind of learn that process? In my mind, I think a doc site. Is there anything like that that exists with kind of some guides and references for folks of this kind of stuff?
Well, for now, there isn't any, but there is a matrix chat for mentors, mentored project mentors, where people can conversate. And like Aurélien mentioned, that it's important to bring people into the mix, right? You might be subjective towards something because you have been inspecting the 88 proposal at that point in time and everything looks LLM to you. A fresh perspective makes a difference. Pass it along to someone else. In the previous cohort, we had Tomáš Rička and Michal Konečný, who helped us out with the fresh perspective. It might be someone else from some other team. They might be like, okay, wow, they are actually good, but the reason why they used LLM is because English is not their primary language. That might be the reason, right? They are very good at what they do, but they don't know how to convey it. So people might use LLMs for the good stuff. People might use it for the wrong reasons, but that's a good idea. We should probably have some resource to, help folks out with that. Do you want to add something?
No, I don't think there's something formal as what you described yet, but that could be useful. There is some documentation on the Outreachy website about the good things, but there's nothing specific to Fedora right now, I think.
Yeah, and the purpose of this presentation, although as pessimistic as it ends up sounding like, is very it's supposed to sound practical, like, okay, these things happened, and these things happened quite a lot for during the last cohort that made us want to speak a bit about our experiences and relate with folks if they have it, or if they haven't, we'd hope that you don't, but if you do, here's how you can avoid it.
Just a note, you've mentioned that it feels negative, but I would say more or less it's vice versa, because it feels like it's a tough fight, but at the end, if you get rid of all the pure quality proposals, there are just a bunch of the good ones that mean it for real. So for them to be mentees, it's not hard to be the top on the list, because it just mean it honestly and try to get in touch and try it, so it's not so hard if you mean it for real.
Exactly. There would be times when there would be some good proposals, but they would have a bunch of grammatical mistakes just because they tried, they tried staying true to themselves. While there might be another which is very, very accurate, but it feels off. You know what I'm saying, right? There are times when you see a message and it's like, oh, this is ChatGPT, bro. I can tell that from 10 feet away, right? So it's to save that, because it would be a crying shame for you to lose applicants like the first one, who are really earnest, who are really willing to put in the efforts into, the Fedora project, and, just to take someone else who just is sounding a lot more polished.
So I've been in some of the matrix rooms when Outreachy and stuff has been going on, and it seems like with all the applicants that it can get very overwhelming, especially if someone, say, wasn't a mentor before and that was their first experience. So is there any advice you give to someone that they wouldn't get burnt out or overwhelmed dealing with that many people?
I think the
first thing is to expect that and like be ready for the volume of application that you may have. A good way, practice also is to previous to the before the part where they are starting to contribute to your project, identify items like things that they could work on. Ideally, what we did was having some sort of easy fix tag on the tickets. Well, when you're working on project like a development project, so that you can have a list of things that would be on the right size for them to contribute to, instead of having to answer individually to each person, what can I work on? That saves time. I think that's a good like if you're prepared for the volume before it happens, I think it's less overwhelming. But there is a risk of being a little burnt out by the sheer volume of it. That's for sure. So yeah, mentoring takes time.
Another thing is that I think we kind of have it on the easier side with Fedora Infra, that we have a bunch of repositories, but I do understand just how difficult it can get for something like design. Everything is subjective, everything is creative, right? Don't be afraid to create chores for them, as easy as it sounds. Well, it's not easy, it's definitely repetitive, but hand out chores, you know, that, okay, there's a bunch of artwork that needs to be converted from a certain format to certain. Take, for example, it's a bad example, I know, but these could be a good starting point, very self-contained, and probably does not need a lot of documentation.
Okay, is there some like entry-level knowledge that you expect from your mentees? And another question, how much time do you dedicate the mentorship, to mentoring people, like let's say weekly? Do you have some structure in it, or it just goes how it goes?
Yeah, so this is part of the requirements from Outreachy. That's at least the program that we've worked on. You have to define. Well, they expect you to work at least some amount of hours per week on the mentoring itself. And the first question was, sorry.
About the entry level of the mentees.
Also, yeah, that's supposed to be in the description of the internship itself. What knowledge is required, be it language or like I don't know, libraries or like frameworks, that sort of thing. So it's supposed to be in the entire internship proposition that you give to the organization before. But they have a checklist of things that you have there. You must have that. So it's easy. They do a good job.
What do you do with metrics? Like, do you keep metrics about the people who complete these projects, and do you check in with them a couple of years later to see are they still contributing? Or?
Well, we do keep metrics during the application phase to keep track of what they have contributed to and the things that they have been a part of. So if there is like people who are contributing to Fedora Infra, but at the very same time extending their reach into documentation, because that's what they are interested in. They are a lot valuable of a applicant to us as compared to someone who is just very specific, very tunnel visioned into solving issue tickets. Just focusing on the contribution part or the code part of the community rather than the people, because there are times when people won't have anything to work on. But getting to the point where you mentioned about checking with them after a couple of years, we don't. We should definitely do that. We don't do it with the applicants, is what I'm going to say. The ones who make it, yes, we do check in with them every now and then to see how they're doing. And a bunch of times they actually reach out to you. It's a very proud moment. They're like, hey, we did this, and I have landed a job in XYZ company. And it's all thanks to you. And I'm like, well, you have been an amazing person. We have just provided you with a starting point. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be cool if we had some metrics or like stats on how many people are still contributing to Fedora after 1 month, after 6 months, 2 years, etc. That would be cool to build that, but yeah.
Greg, isn't it?
Greg would be interested in that.
Maybe. I mean, like if you expose...
It's interesting because we were talking about this last night, but with reference to the join sig and just generally the metrics of where people fall off, right? And so this would also be an application of that kind of data approach as well. It's like not only how are we doing with people checking in later, but where is the drop-off point? Are there things we can do to improve it? That would be quite an interesting piece of analysis to do, I think.
Well, I kid you not. I mean, JoinSig is the right place to do that. A bunch of times when people join and and if they are not a part of the project already, we direct them to be a part of the JoinSig and to explore the project a whole lot more than whatever it is, which team it is that they would be participating with, because we really want them to interact and feel like Fedora project is not just the lines of code, but it's a group of people who are alive and breathing. So we send them over to JoinSig, and that is where we can probably have some kind of statistics, because we want them to actually contribute organically. Over. All right, if we don't have any more questions, we do still have time left, do we? Yeah, we do. I mean, it's a couple of more minutes before we let it on for the other folks to set their stuff up, but feel free to find us around Flock, and thank you so much for being here.
Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm along the night. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm the lonely night. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm the lonely night. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say
Mic testing 1 2 वो mic testing कर रहे हैं what do I do next with this
Okay. I pause? We'll have it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Queen, we know. I am not alternating. Why are you guys talking about me? You're going to do the introduction. You Hello, folks. Can you hear me all right? Yes. Okay. So hi, I am Samyak,
And hey, I'm Nikita.
and we are here to present a talk on open source mentorship, crafting community, and creating leaders.
But before we start, let's have a quick introduction.
Who are we? I am Samyak. I am a Fedora release engineer. I am releasing Fedora from last 4 or 5 releases. Before that, I started my open source contribution from Debian, and now I'm in Fedora. And I cook when I am not working.
Hey, so this is actually my second floor. I'm Nikita, so right now I'm a software engineer and I work for embedded systems, device drivers, and basically IoT stuff. But my journey in Fedora started as an Outreachy intern, in fact, during the second year of my college back in 2022. And I contributed to the Fedora badges design project, and I continue to contribute to the design team. So for example, this year's Flock t-shirt, obviously, that's my design.
Okay, let's move on. So what are we going to talk about today? And you might be bored with the presentation that just went already, so I'm going to keep it short, and we're going to talk about discovering what mentorship actually means, why mentorship actually matters in an open source world, and how we can actually make newcomers stick to the open source communities while we do those mentorship. We're also going to tie it up with how Fedora do mentorship and how it can be improved. Okay. So yes, we are here to put a dent in the universe, otherwise why be even here? And you see, I wrote Steve Jobs, so many of you are going to kill me because why I'm quoting an Steve Jobs at the open source conference, but this was the first book that I ever read, and this quote stayed with me. You might wonder why mentorship. I believe mentorship can dent the universe, can dent the community, and that's how the community becomes larger and bigger. It's not just about teaching or learning, it's about building people together, making people come together, building a community, empowering individuals, and shaping the open source projects. Let's dive in a little bit. The power of mentorship. When we talk about mentorship, it's easier to think that we are just going to do a pull request, do a code, or like we are just gonna submit a doc to a open source community. But it's not. It's so much more than that. Mentorship is about shaping people, about creating confidence. It's about creating directions and belonging. So I'll say it from my own experience, to be honest. Back when I was a second year college student, I was a typical computer science nerd, acing my academics, going through all the motions of theory of computations, numbers, and everything. But what I was actually doing, I was just doing things on paper. Like, I was not able to relate that to an actual world problems. That's when a friend who was contributing to Debian introduced me to the open source community. At first, I was very much hesitant. I did not even know how to say hi on IRC. Like, I was like, what, 16 years old when I started? And I was like, oh my God, like, is just saying hi will be enough? Or like, should I need to say more? And I deleted that text 3 times. But then that friend, who I can call a mentor now, acted as a mentor and helped me get into that community. But that friend, and along with the mentors that I got into Debian, I was able to slowly get into the community, started packaging, and finally I did my GSoC in Debian that year. My project was to actually package Kotlin. That was a huge moment, and followed that, I actually spoke at a conference, at Debian conference, and that was my first talk ever with full of contributors. So now, the person who was actually afraid of saying hi was giving a conference, giving a talk at a conference. So like, that experience gave me the courage to explore further. And now I'm actually Fedora project actually welcomed me, and I'm releasing Fedora now. It's like, who would have imagined 5-6 years down the line that I would have done that? Wow. And that's what the power of mentorship is. Like, as Lee said, like, through others, we become ourselves. Okay. I need to do this. And here I am. So what mentorship is and what mentorship is not. We often confuse mentor to being a coach, manager, or your sponsor, or your personal fixer. That, hey, like, you did something, and your mentor will come to fix you up. No. A mentor is not there to solve your problems, but to give you a path forward to it. It's basically like you can just say that open source, like coming to an open source community is a fog, and a lot of things to do, but your mentor is going to help you to find your own path forward. They are not going to actually like tell you, do this and do that. You have to make your own path forward. For me, my first mentor did not told me to work on a Git command or something. They told me like, this is how it's done, this is the culture, and this is how you're going to get started with that. And I made my own path forward. So it's not about the control, it's about the growth and growing together. Why mentorship matters in an open source world. Like, it's a lot of things written there, but I'm going to with my own research over the years, I have made it for 4 points. It accelerates onboarding, it builds stronger communities, it enhances contributor retention, and it drives innovations. When you are new to a project, basically, everything feels so overwhelming. The tools, the workflows, and even the culture. Good mentorship actually help you to cut through those confusions and let you pass forward through those. Mentorship also is not just about connections. It fosters inclusion, collaborations, and knowledge sharing. Finally, it also enhances contributor retention. So for example, if I would not gotten a mentor in Debian, I would have just stopped work. I would have never started to work with an open source community in the first place. So because of that one mentor, I am now a contributor of 5 open source community, and that's a big thing, I would say. One person changed my life. Finally, mentorship also helps you to drive the innovations. And finally, when experienced contributors guide new minds, it creates a space for collaboration. So whether you're guiding someone through their first pull request or you are helping them speak at a conference, remember, you are making a dent and you're telling them you can do better. So you're not just growing contributors, you're growing those leaders.
So one of the mentorship initiatives that Fedora participates in is Outreachy, as we all know, of course. So Outreachy is organized by the Software Freedom Conservancy, and it provides internships for people of any background who face underrepresentation, systemic bias, or discrimination in technical industry of wherever they might be situated. So in the recent years, Software Freedom Conservancy has really focused on marketing, outreach on social media. And that has led to a great popularity explosion, especially amongst the college peers. So outreach happens in 3 main stages. The first one is the essay round. Then we go to the contribution, and finally the application phase. So there have been some contrasting notions about these phases on the ground level, because I was an outreach intern, and I know I have guided some of my juniors to participate in it. So I have a bit of an idea about that. So on one hand, some people find it to be incredibly competitive. To get through the essay phase, they find that having a limited amount of characters to express who they are and how they work, or their true selves, is really, really difficult. The other thing is that some people see it as a diversity thing and not as a way to communicate to the outreachy organizations, SFC. And the people who get selected, some people think that those people just had to kind of tell their sob story to get through, but it does not capture the real picture here. In fact, this round is done to filter out those people who genuinely do need this this program and they can benefit off of it, rather than those who just apply for the novelty of it. So, yeah. The other idea that floats around is about the contribution phase, where people feel a lot of overwhelming experiences because of the competition and because of the timeline, the constraints and everything. And it is so overwhelming that at some point they might actually forget to put in work. From my personal experience, it was pretty hard for me because it was towards the end of my 2nd semester of college, and my domain was mechanical engineering then, and I was studying for my exams. I had my final semester exams at that time. I was also a part of JP Morgan's mentorship program, and I was also a part of a small computer club where we were building a game from scratch, so contributing to that. And then I was also studying for data structures and algorithms because I knew that on-campus internship exams were going to happen soon. So I was pretty busy. And due to that, I had the opportunity to contribute to only one project. So that was the Fedora badges design project. And this is actually a very risky bet, considering most people contribute to around 3 to 4 projects at the time to increase their chances. And a lot of people face similar problems as I did. They get busy with lives, they might fall sick, and they cannot find time to make more contributions. So they feel discouraged, and it's around 20 to 40% of the people who drop out of the contribution phase halfway through it because of the overwhelming feeling, right? So what worked for me to continue was to focus on the quality of my work rather than the quantity of my contributions. So I spent a lot of time researching about the organization. What is the product that they want? Looking at the things that already existed and then providing some valuable contributions. And for introverts like me, to help me build my understanding of the project, what helped me the most was the group chat that we had with the co-contributors and the mentors, along with the proper guidelines of the project I was contributing to. So towards the end of my contribution phase, there was a release party, actually, which was communicated through this channel, the metrics channel. And I joined just to learn about Fedora more. I don't remember which release party it was, but yeah, and it really helped me understand how the cycle goes. Now, this was my first experience with open source, actually. I had no idea I was using open source, and I had, for the first time, realized, okay, so this is what open source is. So my mentors noticed my enthusiasm of learning about Fedora, and it earned me some appreciation. So it never hurts to be more interested.
Okay, so let's talk about the elephant in the room. I think Nikita just mentioned one of the examples is like being an introvert. Like with my 5 years, 6 years of being in an open source and like mentoring, being a mentee, and talking to a lot of people, I try to classify into 4 perspectives of what are the barriers of reaching out. Many of us are hesitant because of fear. Fear of what? Fear of rejection, fear of feeling unworthy, fear of fearing that we are not good enough, or like we are taking someone else's time. Imposter syndrome is something I've battled myself because like even sometimes when I release Fedora, I often ask myself like, am I doing enough, or like do I really belong here? But like we should understand that here's like the actual truth is everyone feels that at some point of their time. The key is to keep moving forward, contribute, and learn and grow. Remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about the progress that you're making along the line. My first release was Fedora 39 that I did. And trust me, I was hyperventilating. And my manager was sitting here and I was telling him that, are you sure that I can do this? And he was like, just do it. Like, you can. So I'm telling you, like, these fears are valid. But let me assure you, mentors and mentorship is there to help you out. Communities thrive on engagement, and your voice really matters. Whether it's about asking a small question, or it's just telling you that this policy is wrong. So whatever it is, like your voice really matters. So Nikita, what holded you back when you were starting your first contribution open source?
Okay, so we had this matrix channel, right, with the co-contributors and the mentors. It took me around 3 weeks to drop my first text in because I felt asking questions would make me look stupid.
Hello, it's not working. Is it working? Yeah. Hello, okay. So 2 minutes break we're gonna take and we're gonna ask the audience. Whenever you were guys starting on open source programs or projects, what were the things that stopped you? Any volunteers? What were the fears? Yes, David.
Look, I'm probably a little bit older than you, and I still feel stupid asking questions. Like, it depends on how many people, you know, are in the audience. Like there was things that I will say to maybe a cache that I'm not going to say in a team setting or a, you know, just an example of.
See, so like let's just like look at here, like feeling unworthy. So a fear of being judged, like overwhelmed by the expertise, like what if I sound stupid? So anyone else? Yes, Mel.
I remember one of our Fedora contributor members, Ashlyn Knox, teaching me how to do like actual code work that wasn't just design. And I remember having to turn my camera off because I was so embarrassed and my face was like completely red. And she was helping me like do something, but it was very overwhelming.
The fear of overwhelming. Yes, these are the problems that I was talking about. We talked about the problem. Now we'll talk about the solution. So this was the first text that I did to my Debian mentor, and I was asking stupid questions, and he was replying to every questions out of it. So we need to break through those barriers, and the only way to get is through them. We need to start small. Ask one question. Just go into those one discussion. Go into that one conference, sit idle, feel stupid. I am going to tell you, when you're going to come out of that room, you're going to be something better. Remember, communities thrive when new voices are welcome. Like people cannot just stay with like 10 people, like 10 old people at the same time. Only the new people are coming. That's what matters. And finally, focus on growth over perfection. Don't chase that you need to be the best out of the room. So if you're wondering whether to raise your hand or send that patch or like join that conference, just go ahead, sign it, do it. Over to you.
So from the point of mentors, and this is an expert from the presentation that we did give at GNOME Asia last year, so a lot of it has been contributions of Justin. So from the point of mentors, the most challenging thing about the contribution phase would be battling the overwhelming number of new people in the community, right? And it all boils down to 2 factors, basically. Giving the most talented applicants sufficient opportunities to showcase themselves and their skills. And the other one being providing opportunities for less experienced contributors to start building their portfolio and skills in the open source world, even if the mentor knows that they're not going to continue with them. So some people are more ready than others. Some people need a gentle guidance to reach to their peak, and some people just show up ready to rock. So let's continue to unpack this case study from the point of view of mentors and what can be done better. Last year, I had the opportunity to be involved as a helping mentor for the Fedora Outreachy summer internships, and I found a lot of differences from what my internship looked like. So there were some guidelines which fell amiss to me. Outreachy documents that one should not contribute to more than 3 issues at a time, and after you're completed with one set of these 3 issues, then only you can move on to the next ones. So Fedora did not have those guidelines. Apparently, people were contributing to more than 3 issues at a time that moment. And having additional guidelines in general for people beyond what Outreachy provides helps them to prevent the noise contributions. So if you've seen the last talk in this room, a lot of what noise contribution means is contributions which might be, well, AI generated, or maybe they're just focusing on the quantity of contributions rather than the quality. So it creates a lot of noise to filter out for the mentors of what is valuable. And the other one is that there was a bit of lack of consistency across projects. So while it's completely normal for different orgs to have different set of rules, it's difficult for the new contributor to actually jump between the rules if the rules keep changing within the same organization. So last time, Fedora had 3 projects, and all of them had different guidelines. So let's say I'm a contributor, and I choose to contribute to, let's say, GNOME and Fedora. It's normal if GNOME has different rules and Fedora has different rules for contribution. But if I need to keep switching the rules between the projects of Fedora, it's really going to overwhelm me, because then I might not be able to focus much. So yeah, it just contributes to the difficulty, I guess. And during the application phase, the most important things to keep in mind as a mentor would be to check for their independence in work, whether they're asking the right questions, there is good communication, they're collaborative, and what is their personality in general. So last year, Fedora had a sequential tasks as an additional prerequisite to the application. So we identified a baseline and provided room to build on top of it. So the baseline as a minimum threshold to survive the wave was to do it like a bottom-up approach and basically build on it. And during the onboarding process, what could be important for the mentors to keep in mind is having introduction calls, getting to teach the mentees about the tooling process, the workflows, having stand-ups, having a reporting kind of schedule and outreach. And if the more guidance is needed, some shadow sessions can happen where the mentor is there guiding them. And through the internship, there should be ongoing communication, of course, clear milestones to motivate the mentees to focus on the goals and to reach them, and beginning from mini projects and then transitioning them into full-term projects. So again, the bottom-up approach. And when it's time to see them off, it's important to create long-lasting impact, discussing future goals and opportunities, thinking about how the intern will remain connected to the community. So this is not a one-size-fits-it-all kind of thing. Some may not continue, and it's completely okay. Others might reduce, and some might continue. So it's important to help them connect their enhanced skills to a new and professional domain of opportunities, and don't over-focus on keeping them in your project.
So we heard the mentor perspective and the mentee perspective and how it was important to have it in an open source world. So we are short on time, but we also had an activity, but we'll do that next time. But we are open to questions now. If you have some questions around mentorship, questions about feeling afraid, how people work on it, reach out to us. That's it. Thank you. Of course.
How do you guys track the like the goals that they have? Like, is this like something like it's an issue tracker, or like when you set out like the goals that they have to do as a part of the program? Like, how is that actually like giving them like as actionable steps, I guess, as they're going along in the program?
Okay, so during my internship, personally, I had a set of weekly milestones. So we had sync-ups every week, and then we would discuss what we want to achieve this week. And in the next meeting, we would, again, set up new milestones. So every week, we keep on updating that. And we had, I think, a hack MD for that.
Similarly, when I was doing GSoC, I had this like weekly things to do. It was not a strict schedule, but like basically talking to like my mentor and saying, okay, I would like do this X things, but I'm not sure if I can do this in deadline, but I'm actually documenting everything iteratively over my application phase and everything, and then going through that. So like that's what helped me.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the question as well and what you said. So as a mentor and also as a past mentee a lot of years ago, I believe that it's okay to have goals, but as a mentee, the most important thing is to have a path forward when you're doing the internship. I believe the internship should not be succeed or we should not determine succeed or failure based on goals, but more on progression. The personal experience, I did GSoC 2 times. The first time, I barely did the goals. Second time, although I did much more than I was expected to do because I was much more experienced. I think if I would have failed because the first time, I will probably not done the second one, and probably my situation will be very different right now. So I think it's important to measure the progress of the mentee and try to understand that they are moving forward and then doing the effort more than it's actually reaching the goal or not. And it's always, as you mentioned, very good to update the milestones on the go, because if you set them on a stone, you're going to probably fail on the internship.
Absolutely.
So, great presentation, thank you. I could talk with you about imposter syndrome all day, I think. I wonder if I might hijack slightly and ask a question to the room. I know we're short on time. Just by a show of hands, how many people would put down their current position in their career or their involvement down to one or two key people? I know I can. So yeah, how many people would say that their current place in life, their career, their involvement in projects is down to one or two key people or interactions that they had? That's absolutely true for me. You see, that's the entire room for the recording. Yeah. That is the entire room pretty much has their hand up. So this stuff really matters. And thank you.
So we are out of time.
Okay,
so
thank you guys, thank you folks.
You say hi, we'll hide. Because my love for you will break my heart in two. If you should fall into my arms and tremble like a flower. Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance to blues. Let's dance to the song they're playing on the radio. Let's sway. You could look into my eyes. Let's sway under the moon.